Hello, everyone. Sorry for the delay. It's I like the comment in there that we've got already from where's it gone? From Mr. Sea Line Studios. It certainly did. We apologise for the technical issues that delayed the start of the stream. We are running a little bit late tonight, but thank you for being with us. We are, of course, here with another wish list, but we're diving into enemy territory tonight as we are taking a look at the vintage collection. Shock, horror, stand back. Oh my God.
Are we feeling all right?
It's it's all in jest. We are, of course, purveyors of all the scales. There is no tribalism here. But as mentioned on the last stream we did, I personally feel like we've got to a point where characters, when it comes to wish lists, have been sort of done to death. And so it's time to dive into a different realm now, and we're going to talk all about the vehicles, vessels, ships, and starfighters that we want to see as part of the vintage collection. Obviously, vehicles and what have you, they lend themselves a little bit more to the 3 3/4 inch scale. I think it's safe to say. And yeah, I'm really excited to get into the meat and bones of this one. We are, of course, as well going to talk about all the tasty reveals we got at New York Comic Con yesterday. I will apologise in advance for any over gushing, any inappropriate content you are about to see during this stream, purely for you know what I'm talking about, and we'll get to it in a bit. First and foremost, thank you again to everybody who is already tuning in. I think we've had more comments during the time that we haven't been live than we have when we've been live. So appreciate everybody being with us. We've got Courtney's Cantina in the chat. Good evening. Sea Lion is with us once again, as always. We also have Matt from Twin Sons Collecting on Instagram. Chuffed with the New York Comic Con reveals. Long-awaited new Padme can finally sit on the Reek. And Shakti is looking awesome. Black Series finally getting Book of Boba Fett. And Kyle looks awesome. Kyle? Who?
Who's that? Who's Kyle?
Who's Kyle? Who the hell is Kyle? And also he says Gungun Bongo or I'm out of here. Well, stick around, Matt, because I think you might be pleased. We have also got Dean with us in the chat as well, buffering. Well, we're fully buffered now, mate, so hang on. We're coming at you hot and fast. We've got Richie Reviews in the chat as well. Very happy about the Book of Boba Fett. And yeah, happy days. Good stuff. And Collector Cove is with us as well. All of Steve's choices related to Calcatan. They might be, mate. They might be. Stay tuned. So let's just get into it because we have wasted enough of your precious time already. Before we get into New York Comic Con and all the reveals and all that sort of stuff, as always, let's dive into some recent pickups. Dan, have you added anything new to your collection recently? I think you haven't. I think you've got one that's actually quite fitting given the theme of this stream.
Yeah, I have. I've got some good bits. So, I mean, I'm on my Power of the Force 2 binge. Not as heavy as previous months because, you know, Nats are pulling in, you know, got to save their monies for your winter fuel. But I found this old Bobby Tiddler. It's the Imperial Scanning Crew. I never thought I would find this, but I have.
Is that a grail, Dan?
That indeed is one of many grails that will be seen in this stream tonight. So yes, this is a grail. I have many grails that I've yet to find, but this one you can never find anywhere. And all of a sudden, there was 2 listings on eBay for these loose, because this typically gets packed with the carrying case. Now, I didn't get the carrying case, but I got this loose with the box, more importantly, with his little box. They're just a pain in the arse to find. But there was 2. 2 got listed. One was minty fresh in its little bubble. And then there was this one which was loose, and I was like, wow, you know what? For 20, was it 20 quid? Yes, it was, because the other one was 30. I was like, you know what? I'm going to bite the bullet, and I'm going to get this real figure of authoritarian figure, the scanning crew member who likes to listen into people's conversations and carry his box around. and yeah, he's really fun. I'm so pleased I've got him for the bargain price of £20. What a grail! Not only that, because I've been feeling a bit lonely, I got myself a stripper. And no, it isn't a repainted Ayla Secura. It's a very nice looking Ula. Got this for a pretty good deal, 25 quid. Box was a bit scuffed, won't bother about that because I'm going to have her open. She looks stunning. There we go, fellas. Nice little look there. And we've got a little laughing boy to go with her. She could give him a little pat on the head. So there you go. Calm down, mate. So that's Salacious Crubadula. Very happy with them. That's another grail to add. Now, another grail that I've added to my collection was this. I was really surprised to see this. Just the other day, Toys and Trains Sheffield posted a very nice haul of micro machines. And I saw one. I was like, oh. For £10. I'm like, this thing goes for stupid fucking money on eBay. I have found this is going to sit nicely, proper pucker, on my Shadows of the Empire display, which I'm slowly formatting. And it is the Viagra. What's it called again, Steve? It's not the Viago. It's the
Virago.
Virago. The Virago.
No, it's forever coin now, mate. It's Prince Shizo's Viagra.
It's Prince Shizo's starship that he flies now, and the wings open up like this. And it didn't come. The only thing that it doesn't come with is the stand, which I was a bit like, well, for a tenner, I'm not bothered. And then it guns in, and you can get a dash render to shoot it down. It came with like the little robot ladies. Zora, is it Zora? What's her name again? Guri. I get names mixed up. I got Guri as well, and he saw is in his little. Oh, it's upside down actually. He's here. Look at him. Get back in there, you silly boy.
I think, to be fair, mate, like the Micro Machines display stands are all pretty universal, so I'm pretty sure if you can pick up,
find one.
Oddly enough, if I'm not mistaken, I think the Micro Machines Sandcrawler comes with a display stand as well, because obviously you need your Sandcrawler to fly. So just pick that up and then don't display the Sandcrawler with the stand, and then
smart idea.
I'm clever, mate.
Oh, do you know what? That's quite fitting as well. You mentioned Sandcrawler.
It's very fitting.
Do you want to show your tractor?
Yeah,
That's me done.
I'm getting my tractor out, lads.
This is way more exciting than what I've just shown.
No, I don't know. To be fair, that was very left field. When you sent me that picture the other day, I was like, oh my God.
Oh.
I forgot that even existed. But then I similarly saw an image posted online recently, and another shout out to another local store, Vintage Toy Exchange in Matlock. Go check them out on Instagram if you haven't done so already, because if you are a purveyor of second-hand, vintage and modern toys, then they are well worth checking out. But I bought an empty box. No, I didn't. I bought a Jawa Sandcrawler, which, like Dan said, is quite fitting given the subject of today's stream. This is the box, of course, that it comes in. It was such a difficult choice to make to open this one up, because they go for stupid money on the secondary market, and this box is actually in really nice condition.
It's fucking beautiful, mate. I love
the fluff that stuck to it. This one came out back in 2004 in the original trilogy collection, and it is, for all intents and purposes, just a repaint of the original vintage Sandcrawler. But I've never, ever had one of these, and always wanted one, and so much so that it almost became one of my picks for tonight's stream. But because I've picked one up and I now have one in the collection, I don't have a need to add one to the wish list anymore. So there we go.
Say the G word, Steve.
Yeah, is it a grail?
Oh,
Say the
it's
G
a grail
word.
and a half, mate. It's a grail and a half. It's like Dan said, it's one of many grails. There we go. Like I
Grails
said,
on wheels.
pretty well. Do you know what's funny about that is you'd think it was on wheels and you'd think that it'd move around, but no, these are stuck in place. There's no wheels. It literally
Oh,
it's so crap,
that was a fun.
but it's so crap, but it's so good because I don't know, the paint on it is just so good.
Yeah.
Like, I know that there's the Disney Droid Factory version as well that's a little bit more recent and a little bit bigger, but I honestly don't think the paint on that is as good as this one. Like, even for, and to be fair, for a vintage sculpt, you know, for something that came out in 1978, it's actually pretty decent. It's severely underscaled, but it's painted so nicely. And yeah, I just love it. I don't know. There's just I've always wanted one for my display, and I'm really happy to actually have this. And you can open it up. You can't see bugger all because of all the shadow, but there's a little bit of an interior going on. It's got the lift at the back. There's a little bit of a step there for the Jawas and all the droids, and you've got a pit down there or a hatch or whatever you want to call that. Do you know what? It's fun. And I got it for a steal, and I'm chuffed to finally have a Sandcrawler. More so because of the timing, once again, because this came up just prior to us doing this vehicle wish list. It freed up the slot on my picks for something else. So yeah, I'm quite satisfied, if I do say so myself. It comes with some figures.
I should hope so.
Well, yeah. This is a HasLab we're talking about. It comes with some lovely Power of the Force Jawas with a bit of light piping going on.
Oh,
See that? No weapons, cheap. But and then we've also got a little RA7 gold RA7 droid as well. So lovely stuff. So at some point, I'm going to track down a few more droids, get it populated, fill it up, get it added to the display. I also want to pick up the purchase of the droid set, the Power of the Force cinema scene at some point with Owen and Luke and 3PO, get that displayed up in front of it. I think that'd look pretty cool. Yeah, I'm pretty chuffed with that as a purchase. Very happy indeed. And then on to Black Series stuff. Just today, I grabbed the Stranger, Crimea, whatever you want to call him. Very happy to have this one. Seen some really positive reviews on this, so had to pick it up when I saw it. So grabbed him, and then a couple of weeks ago, my pre-orders of the boys themselves, Anakin and Obi-Wan, came in.
Oh yeah,
and
they're just
Anakin in particular, bloody hellfire! I cannot wait to review these figures because they are. I want to say, and I know I say this about a lot of things. I use certain terms to describe lots of things too often. Apparently, I didn't know I wasn't allowed. But yeah, these are. I would go as far as to say two of the best Black Series figures ever made. Yeah. Lightness, sculpt, articulation, detail, everything about these is frigging bang on, and I'm absolutely stoked. And the galaxy belongs to me. So there we go. So those are my recent pickups. And James, I believe all yours are over on Instagram.
I've found one. It's all right. Well, just so I can tell a story. That's all. It was down there. So for people that follow me on Instagram, you'll have seen that I've been tidying my Clone Wars collection and making it look all kinds of very nice. And I needed a new Hondo because mine just decided it didn't want to stand up. So I bought one. And it looked absolutely battered on the eBay listing. So I was like, I'll open that. Conveniently, the minute this came through the post, the other one decided to stay stood up for a matter of days. And this came completely unscathed and looking very nice, and just like it walked off a shelf from 2009. So I've got a carded Hondo now. Not that I needed one, but it's there. It exists. For anyone familiar with the Clone Wars line from way back in the day, those that have been around the block a few times all know the currently ever elusive droid bait figure. I've finally managed to track one of those down, so you'll see that at some point.
Lovely. Lovely.
When you messaged me about that the other day, I was like, bloody hell, what a callback.
Yeah.
I've been after one of them for about 5 bloody years.
That's mad because I remember those popping up on eBay back in the day, and I was like, what is this? Where's it come from? Because I think I even had to ask you, didn't I, James? Because I don't remember the story behind it. Because it was, for people who might not know, it was a clone trooper, just pretty much it was Echo without the paint, without the hand paint. But it was skinnier and the plastic was softer and his head was smaller, and it was just such a weird figure that like it never got officially released. It was just one of these things that ended up loose on eBay and everybody filled the boots with it at one stage or another. Yeah, I don't know. There
are various tales that are out there. The one that I like to go with, because logic seems to point more so towards it, is that it's just a test shot of Echo. So it's like however many of like the first test batch or whatever it was, because it's not prototype to the point where it's mixed plastics, but it's not final product to the point of where it's mass-produced paint apps. And as you said, Steve, that you can get some that have got like a really small head, and a lot of them have got the macro binoculars upside down. So it could have been the very initial run. And back in the day when, you know, it was incredibly cheap to manufacture figures over in China, they probably would have just ended up discarded in a pile. And along comes Mr. Tungori with his big sack, and he fills them up and sells them on eBay. Those were the days.
Good times.
Good times.
We've got some new viewers in the chat. HoloNet1 is with us. Just going back to the Sandcrawler, he passed on the Disney Park Sandcrawler. Still waiting for a bigger, better version, aren't we all, mate? Well, everybody except James is waiting for a bigger, better version of the Sandcrawler.
Yep. I've got enough empty boxes in the loft. I don't need one that stands on a shelf. Thank you. It's just a tractor. It's just a tractor, everybody. It doesn't need a HasLab. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna make the case for it, but not on this stream.
Or a suitcase. You could use it as a suitcase. It's, you know.
Yeah, well, you won't get much in it, but yeah, that's fair. Out of the Basement is with us as well. Hello, gents. Such a good figure. Hasbro doesn't usually kill multiple birds with one stone as far as different configurations. I'm assuming they're talking about the Stranger figure, which, yeah, do you know what? I 100% agree. After all the reviews I've seen of it, it's one of the rare instances where I'm going to pick up two of the same character because I want to display it in different ways. And I'm really, it's genius. It really is. I'm buzzing with how they put that one together.
Beautiful figure to photograph as well. I'm not going to lie.
I'm
had so much fun.
Really, really excited to get it open. Shelf Life is with us as well. Welcome aboard. We've got Seth as well has joined us. Good stuff.
Quite the turnout.
And Moonjocker, aka 4229, is with us as well. Love you too, mate. We do. Come on board one of these streams one day, mate. We'll have you. We'll be more than happy to have you aboard. Right, let's get into some New York Comic Con talk because it was... You know what? We only got a handful of reveals, but what we did get was it was definitely
substantial.
Quality. It was quality over quantity, I think it's safe to say. And so we'll kick things off. Since we're for one night only, we're a vintage collection live stream. We're going to touch on the vintage collection first and foremost. So the first reveal we got from TVC was not worth looking at. There it is. We got Shakti.
If you've got the Black Series one, you've seen it before.
As part of the Battle of Geonosis theme, there she is. Now, I'm pretty sure that this was pipelined. We knew that this was coming, but it's nice to see it fully fledged. As Dan said, if you've got the Black Series version, you know what to expect with this.
Black Series did it.
It's just going to be smaller, which is fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's it.
Everyone's really happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, long overdue as well, to be fair, because, I mean,
Yeah.
you think back, when was the last time we got a Shaq T figure in this iteration from the prequels? Was it like 2005? Revenge of the Sith? Maybe there was a repaint of her. I think the last new one we got was 2005, and then they repainted her for the Droid Factory sets in
Sounds
like
about right.
Unless you
2010, 2012. Was it the Droid Factory sets?
There
Or
was
it the...
there was also the sexy.
Oh no, it wasn't
Shaq
the Droid
T.
Factory set.
Oh
It
no,
was
they didn't do that. They did, didn't they? Yeah, they did Legacy Collection, sexy Shaq T.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I'm talking about the PG version.
Oh, okay. I'll be quiet then, because
Don't you get excited rubbing your Monday all up in this joint? You nutty boy.
Capital.
Dirty boy. But yeah, it's one of those. It's vintage collection for those that want it. I'm thrilled for you, but I've got it in 6 inches, so I'm happy with that. Thoughts, gents? I don't think so, but got to throw it out there anyway.
I'm so happy for vintage collectors that can put this in their gunship when they finally get the gunship, and I hope they get the clones to go alongside it as well. And I hope there's a lot of I hopes here. So we'll see.
I hope it's off to hope we go.
It'll be a new hope.
Well,
yeah, it's all right.
It's all right, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all right.
The other TVC reveal we got, I'm just going to fly through these because I want to get to Black Series. I'm sure you do as well. We got Padme, yay. Do you know what? Go on,
I
Jim,
promised Dan a small rant.
Yeah.
Just a tinsy one. Just a tinsy
What about
one.
this one?
About both of them. But I just thought
Okay.
I'd let you to get to the second one first.
All right, fair play.
Let him rip.
Not everybody, because you get nice accounts online, like Twin Sons Collecting, that truly appreciate all the vintage collection reveals to the fullest extent, which is lovely to see. So if you're like them, thank you for being an upstanding citizen. If you're like a Blue Harvest collector for whatever reason, or any other manner of the various vintage collection outlets, and you decided to go, but I wanted more, you've just paid $450 or pounds for these two figures. Then they're not exciting to you because for a campaign that did not do well, they had to show you these early to get you to spend more money. Okay, that's why. Thank you.
You voted with your wallet. Play stupid games. You win stupid prizes.
Amen to that, Dan.
I don't think I can add much more to that. I was going to be really positive about this one as well.
I think this one's all right. To be honest,
I'll have to counter it with another negative comment, then, Steve. I'm afraid.
Can I squeeze some positivity in there
I was
first?
going to go.
All right.
Just to balance things out a little bit.
Balance the scales.
Yeah. Balance the shade. No, honestly, I won't be picking this up because I'm happy with the version of it that I already have. But I would argue that this one looks better than the Black Series one that we have, because the Black Series one is a bit dated. It was released in 2018, so you've got pinned articulation. You've got it was during the infancy of photoreal, but you still had a questionable head sculpt. I don't know. There's just something very janky about the Black Series version of this character, to the point of I'm not actually that thrilled to have it in my collection. But this looks really good, and the head sculpt in particular, I think definitely has to be commended on this one, because it's it's
very good,
really, really good. But does it do enough to make me think, oh man, do you know what? I really wish I'd back to Gunship. No, it doesn't. It doesn't inspire me. It's fitting that we're talking about these two, given what is likely to be the topic of our next wish list, which will once again be vintage collection. James has decided to sit that one out. So
only because it's a wish list about. Well, do you want to tell the people, Steve? Can I?
Well, I think we teased it on the last one. To be fair,
it's a wish list about the Geonosis subline for 2026, and since I didn't back a gunship, nor do I give a damn about collecting that line in vintage collection, I can't possibly craft a wish list. Because if I did, it would be about the second Battle of Geonosis, because that also exists as well, just to make people aware. But I've got all of them in an animated version, and they're much better than what could come. They're just better, okay?
Fair play. Can't argue fairer than that. But yeah, I think I've had some thoughts about what I would. It's all pipe dream stuff, because it's stuff that I think this is the type of thing we're going to see going forward for the Battle of Geonosis theme. I don't think we're going to get some of the things that I've decided to put on my wish list, and that is pure speculation. But I don't have faith that they will be. If the Return to Tatooine theme for this year was anything to go by, I don't think that they're going to pour everything that they possibly can into it. I just feel like, you know, there was so much potential. There's so much potential with sublines and themes within Vintage Collection purely because of the scale. I can't argue the fact that it is the world building scale. It's the scale for dioramas. It's the scale for vehicles. It's much better suited for that aspect of collecting. I'm not going to dispute that, but I don't think Hasbro are going to do the kind of things we really want to see from it as a theme. So for Battle of Geonosis, I think, you know, top of everyone's list is going to be a Geonosis Arena playset. I don't think that's unreasonable, but are we going to get one when we've just got the 450 quid gunship as a HasLab? Absolutely not. Are we going to get modular playsets? I would hope so. Are we going to get beasts? Are we going to get the arena creatures? I, again, would hope so, but I severely doubt it. I think it's just going to be a run of figures.
Yeah.
And that disappoints me a little bit. I'll eat my words if I'm wrong, but I just don't think I will be.
I think they'll be lucky if they get the chariot. I can't see them doing the beasts, especially with the gunship being that size. And from that picture that Mr. Stevie posted, that little stick drawing mock-up. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Steve.
It just feels
I think the only vehicles you'll get are the AT-RT and the Bark Speeder. And I think you're only getting the AT-RT because it's coming from the new media budget from Mando and Grogu.
That's a fair point, to be fair.
Yeah.
The only other negative comment I had to say about this wasn't about the figure itself, because as you've said, Steve, it looks really good.
Yeah.
I'm just frustrated for those people that actually did back the gunship, because it's going to be a thing now. You know, it passed. Yay. It's not the version of Padme that goes with the bloody gunship.
Yeah.
Do we think that that's down to... How do I phrase this politically correctly? Due to keeping her covered, shall we say? Do we think?
More than likely.
That's what I think. I don't think it's a case of, we've just ignored screen accuracy. I think it's purely a case of, let's just play it safe and not do
Keep
that.
a modesty. Yeah.
Yeah.
Away from people like me.
Yeah. Muck tubs like Dan.
I do think it's a reasonable ask, though. Or if there were ever any preconceptions about whether they could do that version, maybe that was the one to pack into the HasLab when they had full control over the audience that were seeing it. We're asking for the accurate one for the end of the movie. We're not asking for the, Anakin, please don't betray the Jedi Order and do things to me version. You know, it's... I think it's perfectly reasonable to expect a proper version if you've just made the investment of nearly £500. But I digress.
It's the Perky Padme debacle all over again. Does anyone get that reference? That was a big thing back in the day, wasn't it?
I think it's lost on me, mate. I think you're going to have to
It's
explain
not just
it.
me.
Might just be you there, Dan.
James, I was like, please tell me you know what he's on about, mate.
Go on.
I get to share
Dan.
factoid. So, you know them Unleashed figures Hasbro did? the little statuette things.
Oh yeah.
They did a Padme, didn't they? And there was a couple that got recalled because she was a little bit well endowed, and they called her the Perky Padme because she had little. See, because the bosoms were rather large, or there were nipples as well, and really doing myself justice here, aren't I? As the yeah. So that's a factoid for you guys on Perky Pad. You can find them on eBay, and they'll charge you a premium for it. Not that I've been looking.
And none of us are going to go away after this and look up that figure.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Dan's already got one.
You know, I wish I did. Be sitting on some money if I did. I tell you now.
Yeah, fair.
And a nice pair.
Moving on.
Definitely on. Right.
Before we get bloody cancelled.
34 minutes is a record to descend to chaos.
It is, isn't it? Jesus. Let's dive into Black
Something
Series.
more interesting.
Yeah.
Yay!
So we'll start from. I'm not even like. Do you know what? I can't even say like. Let's start from worst to best because it's a mixed bag, and I think there's a little bit of something for everyone here. It's repack and repaint heavy and all that sort of stuff, but there are some positive spins that I'm going to put on this first reveal in particular because we are getting a 2-pack of troopers from Jedi Survivor. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I don't care for this.
Yeah.
Because I already have a Purge Trooper, I already have a Patrol Trooper. I'm not that bothered about the additional accessories. I wish that these were on the new Clone Trooper body.
Oh, Steve, but the Purge Trooper is.
Is it?
Yeah, 3.0 body, boy.
Is it actually?
Yeah.
You know what? Looking at it, yeah.
Shit, yeah. Okay,
new body,
right.
New sculpting on the bicep, new sculpting for the pauldron, new helmet sculpt, apparently.
Fuck, I didn't notice that.
Oh, bugger me. Right,
I thought it was just going to be like, old body, but...
Yeah, I genuinely thought it's a Purge Trooper. They're just going to repaint it.
This changes things now.
Yeah, it does a little bit. Because I was going to say, I didn't care for it as a purchase because I already have the characters. But the Patrol Trooper, I think, looks bloody cool with the baton and the shield.
Yeah.
They're pretty sick. And so I was slightly tempted. But now you've said that about the Purge Trooper being updated, I think this is going to be a buy. That's worth it.
If it's discounted, I think I'll probably pick it up.
I mean, it's only 41 and change on Star Action figures. It's a pretty good deal. I mean, I'll be the missing link. I'm buzzing for it because I recently, made more room for Black Series and moved the shelves around and separated what was the Jedi Fallen Order and Survivor shelf into 2 respective shelves. So I've now got space for these, and I'm very happy that we're getting the Purge Trooper on a new body. And I almost bought another Patrol Trooper just to give some extra weapons to make this version the other week, and I didn't, so I'm bloody glad about that. For once, my patience paid off. Not very much, but it did.
This is it. See, it works. It pays to wait sometimes,
it's
mate.
the little wins.
Yeah.
To Matt's point there, saying about, it's a shame they can't just do a 212 Airborne Trooper.
Yeah.
I firmly believe, now that you've said that's on the updated body, the Airborne Trooper has been rumoured for a day and an age. So I think we are on the cusp.
I believe this investment has been done for good reason, yeah.
Yeah, it's coming. It's got to be.
I've got to say, though, the one thing that it's missing that I wish it had, you've given us 2 Clone Trooper weapons for that Purge Trooper. Didn't need two blasters. We only needed 1, and it needed to be the game-accurate one because this Purge Trooper is specifically the sharpshooter. And it's got a modified DC-15 rifle where it's got a scope and an extended barrel. and a few other little greeblies. It's different enough to warrant its own sculpt when you're redoing this figure, I think, just to get it out there and get it right. But nothing a 3D print can't solve, community.
I was literally just about to say that, because like we were talking about earlier before we went on air with like the creativity of the Black Series community and stuff, like I think that's definitely going to be something that someone's going to put their hands to and put out there.
Oh yeah, it's already out there, mate.
No
secret to that, yeah.
Well, didn't Vale's Toys include it with their...
They did. I don't fancy paying £26 for one of their mediocre airborns, though, I'm afraid, Dan.
Yeah. I quite like my airborne from them.
Yeah, but you're going to like this one a hell of a lot more, mate.
I know I am.
Yeah. It's on the updated body. I'm buzzing about that. That's actually just elevated this set for me. That's really good.
That's good.
I hope they go back and redo the other Purge Troopers with the updated articulation, because mine are bow-legged and I'm not very happy.
Yeah, we're still missing one as well. They haven't done the Electro Baton version. So they've done the hammer, they've done the staff. There's a baton version that they haven't touched yet, and I really want it. So please give us that one, Hasbro. That'd be nice, just to round out that little group. This opens up a wormhole now, because it's like, if we're going to get all the Purge Troopers again on this body, can we go back and have the Phase 1 Captain, Lieutenant, Commander, and Sergeant on the new body, please?
That needs to happen anyway, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like, that's a given. You watch Battle of Geonosis will be the Vintage Collection theme. They won't get those figures, and then we'll get them in Black Series.
Hey, that works for me.
That's going to happen. Generic Coyote's joined us there. Big up, gents. Hope you're all doing well. We are. Hope you are as well. Sure, you'll have talked about this before, and it's going a little bit off topic, but we'd love some Outlaws love, KNS and
yes, please.
ND5. Yeah, way overdue.
And I believe, if I am not mistaken, we actually touched on those characters and that game back in our Gaming Greats Part 2 live stream. So if you haven't watched that already, Generic Coyote, please do feel free to revisit the back catalogue and check it out. What else do we have? Oh, Moonjockey, what a legend. Look at that. We've got a super chat.
Nice.
The batteries are dying in my 2008 BMF, and it makes random noises in the middle of the night. What should I do? I'd probably remove them, but mate, if it's any consolation, the batteries in my BMF from 2008 leaked and corroded the springs, so my electronics don't work at all, so consider yourself lucky. But that super chat that you've just given us will give us an opportunity to put some money towards a new BMF, so we're all sorted. Seth Nico, I think Yak Face teased KND a while back. I'd love to see that. I haven't played Outlaws, but I'd be so down for that.
Underrated, man. Underrated.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's move it on throughout the Black Series reveals, because we did get a couple more. Keeping on the theme of repacks and reissues and repaints and all that sort of stuff, we are getting a reissue, which I am very, very happy about.
Yeah, I'm happy for you for this one.
Jules Invader, because I missed out on this when it was released back in 2023. I think this one came out. It's a couple of years old now. So obviously we've got I know time is an illusion, and it's going way too fast. But yeah, obviously I don't think there's anything particularly new about the figure. It is just a straight repack, but we are getting a packaging refresh for those that care. But yeah, this is a great opportunity, because it's one of those figures as well. I'm all for repacks and reissues and stuff like that when they make sense, when a figure is demanding such a hefty premium on the secondary market, which this one does. I've come very close to paying them a few times, but yeah, to put this one back out there is a stroke of genius on Hasbro's part, because it's one I think a lot of people missed out on, yours truly included. So I, even though it's not new, could not be happier about this.
To be honest,
quality figure as well.
Even though I've already got it, I do want to have. I want to mod it.
I was
to
just
be more like the Force Unleashed one, because I've got that currently on my Force
Ooh.
Unleashed shelf. And if someone can do a kit to make him look even more fudged up,
that'd be so good.
That'd be
Imagine
so
like the
awesome.
robotic legs, the cybernetic arms, a full. I think you could probably, with a bit of touching up, with some paint, you could probably turn that 40th anniversary Return of the Jedi Vader.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that'd be good.
Some bits and pieces off that.
And I know it's on the wrong side of the helmet, but it wouldn't look amiss on a Rebel shelf either.
That's
No,
it.
this is a very good point. Yeah,
It's so multifaceted.
it is. It really is. Happy days. Generic Coyote getting in on the action as well with another super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Much appreciated. That'll go towards picking up this figure. That's my pre-order paid for. Cheers, lads. Thank you very much. No, it is appreciated, and it does go a long way to support the channel and keep the content coming. So thank you. It is, like I said, it is appreciated. But yeah, buzzing about this one. Couldn't be happier that it's getting a re-release. And then into the realm of new, we are getting a Book of Boba Fett.
Yes.
What a piece. I was very, very, very surprised to see this as an all-new sculpt. I genuinely thought it'd be a retool. And the amount of effort that Hasbro have put into this one is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Because
good.
not only have we got an all-new sculpt, and we've got an all-accurate, for the most part, Book of Boba Fett, it's got toe articulation.
I completely missed that until I saw the feet pics of it, and I was like, bloody hell. We are eating good. We've got
Never
innovation.
thought we'd see that.
He's getting excited about his Perky Padmes. Now he's getting excited about feet pics.
It's the trifecta, mate. It's the whole trifecta.
You're on a roll tonight,
I like all the cuts.
But, it's so good.
You know what I'm gutted about, though? Good. Sorry. The fact that it's not out right now, because Comic-Con's coming up.
Oh,
and to have Teomora Morrison sign that.
Oh, man.
There's a hack you could do, Dan. You could,
I think I know.
Because it's in the standard box, you could take a plastic window from another figure and get that signed and then swap it out at some point.
Shit, yeah.
I don't remember who it was on Instagram. I'm actually going to pull a picture up and just find out really quick, because it's a disservice if I don't mention it. Only because I know I've got the screenshot saved.
People do it with.
It was Great White North Empire that did it with the Stranger recently, and it looks mega.
People do it with Funko Pops as well, don't they?
Yes.
Just take the inserts out, but the less said about that, I'm sure, the better for you guys. I do have to throw it to the comments once again, because they're like many people have made a point of, and my first thought when I saw this is, just as Courtney's Cantina says, it's not a deluxe, thank God. And the fact that, like Matt says, that this is awesome and makes an absolute mockery of the other Boba Fett's being deluxe, it absolutely does. Like honestly, it baffled me when they were deluxes to begin with. This just makes my head swivel 360, because I'm like, how the hell can you justify those original figures being deluxe releases and charging like, what was it, like 8, 9, 10 quid more than a standard release? But then you've got this one, which comes with the exact same amount of accessories and more articulation, but it's in a standard box. That, to me, screams that the deluxe project failed.
Yeah.
Because there is absolutely no justification for putting figures like this in deluxe packaging. And that doesn't just apply to Black Series. That applies to Vintage Collection as well, as far as I'm concerned. And when I say that, I just think back to that. I know it wasn't a deluxe figure because it was packed in with a beast, but I think of Sabine with the Howler, and I think, why the hell was that on a deluxe vintage card, when it was a basic figure? There's absolutely no need.
When this figure was in, when this was released in TVC, it was a deluxe. They just slapped 2 Stormtrooper helmets in there and called it an extra tenner.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tax.
Yeah.
The only thing I can really say about this is it's missing those cool little silver paint applications. Specifically the iconic, I would say the now iconic one for this particular look, where he's got the scratch over one side of his visor. I spoke to, you guys know, I spoke to Brandon yesterday, and he said he's going to pass those comments over to Eric on the design team. So fingers crossed, maybe they can get that on there. But I would suspect it's just that's the, you know, the final nail in the coffin to get this to be a standard figure, is that maybe that admission of paint application.
I was just about to say, you know what you're doing if you're clamoring for more paint apps, mate. You're gonna put the price up on this one.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is sat in a warehouse ready to release. You know, we know the drill by now. Production is probably a certain way through, but that's a compromise I'm happy to take. You know, it's not the end of the world. It would just be nice to finish it off. It doesn't detract from the figure being just stunning in its own right.
Yeah, definitely. It's really, really cool. I love it, and I'm really happy about this as well, because when I got the Mandalorian version of Boba Fett with the weathered armor, I never picked up the deluxe.
The throne room version, as they dubbed it.
Which I must admit, it was always one of those for me where it because it was just a repaint, like for the most part, just a repaint of the Mandalorian version, minus a few tweaks. I was like, I don't need both, as long as I've got because they were so similar. I was just happy with the one, and I know that the other one got reduced heavily and ended up at deep discount, but I was just never really inspired to pick it up. For whatever reason. I think Sealine mentioned in the comments he's got a vintage collection one, so he doesn't care about this. That's fair. I've got the vintage collection one as well, which I got on discount at Smith's, and is now sat on a very nice 3D printed 3 3/4 inch throne on my Boba Fett shelf, which I still need to get Dan to paint. Remind me tomorrow to give it to
I always forget as
forget.
well, so I'll try and remember.
So it needs doing, because I'm hoping at some point to get a collection tour done, and I don't want that unpainted when it comes to doing the tour. So let's get on it. But no, I'm absolutely buzzing about this one. Alex has pointed out in the chat that he thinks it's a shame the helmet is removable and not a solid helmet. I get what you're saying, but at the same time, I think the helmet, at least in the package, I mean, it could end up all warped and misshapen when it ultimately gets into our hands, but I think it looks really good. I think the helmet looks really, really nice on this one, even though it is removable. I don't know. There's just something about the shape, the proportions of it. Everything looks really, really good.
Yeah. The Book of Boba Fett helmet's like the prop is a little obscure in dimension anyway.
Yeah. But no, I think that in package that looks really nice. So I'm keen to get this one actually. Yeah, pretty happy about it.
How do we feel about toe articulation then? Do you think it's something that it'll be standard from now on, or just an if and a when it suits a particular character?
I thought about this when I saw that it had the toe articulation, and I'm gonna say I don't think every figure needs it.
Yeah,
I think for a figure like this, I wouldn't even say it's necessary, but I think it works for figures like this where when you're getting this figure demands certain poses, and I think
I'd like to.
The toe articulation leans into that, I think. So I'd keep it. Just do it when it's needed.
Yeah.
Don't do it all the time. Because by the end of it, we're going to get to the point where we're like, like some people love the thigh swivel, some people don't. And I think we're going to get to the point where if they put it on every figure, when it comes to reviewing every Black Series figure, there's going to be people out there saying it's got toe articulation and we don't need it because it's ruined the aesthetic. So I'm all for just keeping it for figures that need and demand it, rather than.
I think that can be said for articulation in general, though. Really, because I've noticed with there's been I've fucking people complain about the thigh swivel, and I've been one of them. But it's I think it depends on the figure. If you've got certain swivels in certain areas, then it kind of fixes that thigh swivel. But like you said, Steve, it's all dependent on the character, and because Boba Fett's a character where you kind of want him to look in some cases like he's launching himself off with his jetpack, or he's kind of leaning in like you've got him posed there with his blaster. It makes sense. I think it all needs to come down to the character and the sort of poses they do. Troopers you can kind of don't need, but
just walking as well, I find. So from other lines like SH Figuarts, you'd be surprised how much stability you can get with, just resting it in a pose like you see there.
Yeah,
and it just made me.
That was going to be my next point, because I was just about to say, how well are they going to like if you do have these figures in just a walking pose, but you've got the toe bent to give that more natural look, like how well is that going to stand on a shelf? But if it's done right, then
I was going to say, if it's posed right, then I think it'll work. Which leads me to, I know everybody's probably got Mando fatigue, but if you have, it sucks that the film's coming out next year. With all the new parts that we've got, I would love to see them go back and do the version 1 Mandalorian.
Oh yeah.
Not the it's not Durasteel, ladies and gentlemen. I'll get that out there again. Redo that, new body, toe articulation, because that's the silhouette that it demands. That classic walking pose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know it's only very minor, but we collect these things for aesthetic purpose. At the end of the day, they do stand on a shelf, and their job is to look good. And posing figures that we've currently got that don't have the toe joint in walking poses over time, I don't know about you guys, but they do tend to just weaken the ankle joints and just flop over.
Yeah.
Because it's not engineered for it.
Yeah. I think that's something that Hasbro is sort of starting to lean away from, though, aren't they? Is the figures that come with standing issues. So, like when it comes to stuff like that, I think instantly of General Grievous and K2SO. And that was my
don't
worry.
Talk to me about K2SO.
that was my worry when I saw the toe articulation on Boba. I thought, if you've got the feet flat to the ground, it's not going to be an issue. But if you get him posed up and he's got, the toes bent and all that sort of stuff, and you want that walking pose, is he going to topple over because there's not enough support? But then I think about how far articulation engineering's come, and you look at, for example, a character like Sebulba, who, not in a million years, when that figure was, even thought about, did I think, well, if they did it, it wouldn't stand very well. But then, lo and behold, they release it, and they've engineered it in such a way that it stands perfectly.
Yeah.
And I never thought that that'd be a possibility. So I think,
even I thought that the Bulb was going to be a static figure when they said that they were going to probably do it in Black Series, or if they were ever. It never occurred to me that they were going to put fucking articulation in it.
Yeah, I thought articulation would be at least very limited, but to see what they did with that, and like I said, just the way that it stands and the way they engineered it to stand, it was groundbreaking stuff.
I think we just need to give props to Hasbro here for the fucking level of ingenuity they're doing, because you've got this with, I know it's just toe articulation, but that's like a big thing. Yeah. And it's like you see,
it's that thing as well where we knew that we were getting this figure, because I think it's been on that rumored list for a while, which I'm gonna touch on in just a little bit as well, because I've got something else to say about that. But I think even though it was rumored and we were like, oh yeah, we're going to get a more accurate version of Boba Fett from the show, I don't think in a million years anybody thought, oh yeah, and I know what they really need to do to tip that figure over the edge. They need to put toe articulation in it. But they did it, and when they showed it, they were like, what? We were like, what? Like, didn't expect it.
Yeah.
And it's so welcome. So
it's just incredible.
Yeah.
Like what they're doing. I mean, what I was going to say as well is SM33. I've got to give a big shout out to that figure, because the amount of simple little, I know it's just extending parts, but the level of ingenuity they're putting in, the droidica.
Oh, yeah.
Leaps and bounds. Like, you're not really seeing that with Vintage Collection. I don't want to dog on Vintage Collection, but
you can't dog on Vintage Collection, mate, because we've got Vintage Collection to talk about for the rest of the stream.
But there's just things like that I'm just not really seeing with Vintage Collection that's really justifying the price point for it.
It's the innovation, isn't it?
Yeah, when I'm seeing the innovation with Black Series, that's where my money's going because they're fucking talking.
Yeah.
The biggest flex with that SM33 was the fact that they included a stand that you don't need to use to get him to stand up.
Yeah,
I fucking love that.
100%.
That's pretty. I've not picked him up yet, but I need to.
You do.
I'm a bit loath
put
to do it.
your super chat. Put your super chat towards it, mate, because it's one hell of a figure.
Yeah.
I'm loath to do it because I've not, other than Brutus, I've not picked up any of the other Skeleton Crew figures. So I'm just like, I want him because he's a fucking cool character and a really cool figure. But he's just going to be on his own, and it's like, no. And if I get that, then I'm going to have to get the rest of them, and I don't really.
That badly, I'm not seeing the problem, mate. I'm not seeing the problem.
I know, I knew you wouldn't, but
having them all set up on my shelf up there, they look the fucking nuts.
I need to get when I go to States in New Year, I need to find myself a Ross and go and pick up a load of cheap Skeleton Crew figures. They're supposed to be cheap over here, but they're not. They're not as easy to come by as you.
They don't seem to move past £11, do they?
No, and I'm not quite willing to spend double figures on each one yet. But that's by the by. We're digressing. That's all the solid Black Series reveals we got at New York Comic Con. I haven't asked you guys. Are you getting this?
Well, I've kind of got to get
pre-ordered it, mate.
I've kind of got to get two because one for me and Becky's builds needs one. So
a couple of things on this though before we move on through the other reveals and the other teasers that we had. We know that we had a Book of Boba Fett on the rumored list. There's also an Empire Strikes Back Boba Fett on the rumored list as well, which I think up until this point, everybody thought was a safe bet would just be a repaint of the Return of the Jedi one. Do we now think that figure will be all new, or do you think it is still just going to be a repaint of the Return of the Jedi one?
I would like to say it's all new. I think the worst case scenario is it's a partial retool.
Yeah.
I've got a sneaky feeling it's going to be. I think they're going to completely subvert our expectations, and I think it's going. Having seen this, I firmly expect it's going to be at least mostly new.
I would hope so, because that's real. That's aged rather badly. I think that Return of the Jedi figure. I like it. Don't get me wrong, but when you look at this,
this is what I mean.
You can't give me this and then give me another version of that.
Yeah, it's night and day, isn't it? It really is. Further to that, with regards to the Book of Boba Fett version, we got that other promo shot for Boba where in the background there's a bit of a blurred image going on. And I've not prepped it for the stream because I'm a tit. But do we think, given that very blurry image, that we're going to get a 6-inch throne for this figure?
That's the thing. When I saw that, I thought that this is what it was going to get packed in because I was watching the stream with the sound muted. And as soon as that came, I'm like, fuck's sake, they're doing the throne. That's what I wanted. I ended up buying a 3D print version of it. I was sat there thinking, because with all the diorama pieces they've been doing recently, with the Mustafar Duel, the fucking Bespin Duel, oh my god, if they do that, cracking. But I think
that's why they haven't put the silver paint on this version.
Oh, okay.
Or included the gaffy stick.
Right.
Yeah.
I think we might get a throne room pack in, and it'll be like, Book of Boba Fett. Fuck me, wherever the last episode was called, in parentheses. And then you'll get the gaffy stick. You'll get a way to attach the gaffy stick to the figure on the back. Maybe it'll be weathered up. Maybe there'll be a different head underneath. Instead of the solemn portrait, it'll be the angry attacking one.
Build on that. If they're going to do these diorama pieces, they showed Black Chrysanthemum with him.
They did.
Could they just re-release that and maybe do something different? Maybe, you know, the knuckle dusters, give it an electric effect on the knuckle dusters. I can't remember if he uses any other fucking weapon in that scene, but fuck it, include the mods with it. Why not? Let's go black, baby.
Oh, that.
We'll
get to that. I'll say though, if they want to sell me this figure again with something else, I'm a fucking sucker. I'll buy it again. It already looks cool. I'm already itching just to get it.
You know what? While we're talking about that throne, it's not accurate to this version of Boba Fett, but fuck it. Give us Fat Bib Fortuna in 6 inches, please.
Yes.
Oh, come on, because that's such a good vintage figure.
Yeah.
Like, I really want that for the Black Series shelf, because the Book of Boba Fett collection is... I don't think it's fleshed out enough.
It's not. It's really not.
It needs more characters. It needs... I'm not getting rant them off, because we've touched on this heavily quite recently. Mm-hmm. It just needs more individual characters. And I love toys. I fucking love
I do, mate.
I just love toys, mate.
I love toys.
That's fair. That would have been a really, really good way to wrap up the reveals. But wait, there's more, because Hasbro...
This is it, Steve. Your moment.
I know. I've been waiting so long for this. I really have. I can't stress enough.
I'm so happy for you. And I'm just...
You should be, because I've been saying this for so long, that we've needed more lightsabers in the Black Series.
Oh, you bugger.
You little tease.
But because I didn't tune into the stream live. So I missed what all this talk was about. And so when I just saw all the images had been collected and I just saw this one, I thought, was this just an announcement that every figure going forward is going to come with the swoosh effect for their lightsaber? I was a bit confused, and then it wasn't until James offered some expert intel, and then I just got excited all over again. So, James, because you are so well informed, I'm going to let you take the floor with this one, mate, and talk us through what we're getting with these four or five lightsabers.
So, Chris and Brandon put this up on the screen. They said, Marvel Legends shouldn't be the only team that gets to tease you guys. So, we've been including these with figures going forward. Recently, let's have a look at these. These are going to be 4 figures that have never been done in this way before. This is going to be the next fan channel wave. There was a little bit of different conversation happening in the room and then on the recap stream on YouTube. So in that version, Brandon's pretty much said that these will be the ones that are revealed at MCM in a few weeks. And then they asked everybody in the audience if they wanted more, and moved on to reveal the figure that you'll cream your pants about in just about 5 minutes. But would you like me to give my elaboration on who they come along to?
Yeah, let the speculation run rampant, mate, because we've had rumours.
I've already been through about 5 iterations.
Yeah, I mean, there's a multitude of possibilities what this could be.
I mean, using the rumour lists, as you've said, to try and lock in an accurate assumption. There was, for a while on Yak Face's list, there was an unnamed Inquisitor, and that disappeared for a while, and then there was just a figure from Tales of something, and that has now changed to the Tales of the Jedi Inquisitor. I don't know if he's actually got a number, because I know a book misnamed him as the first brother, which is actually Marok.
Is it
11th? Hey, thank you guys. So that's the the common consensus for that. One of the lightsabers that's blue belongs to the almighty Kyle Katarn. Crowd goes wild.
Who the fuck is Kyle Katarn?
The other blue saber could be a multitude of characters, because we've got people like Blind Kanan, Jedi Dooku. Those have been rumored for a while. But then, if they've never been done in this way before, we've had a Dooku and we've had a Kanan. They're just not those particular rumored versions. And then the green lightsaber throws a grenade into the room, because I don't think there's any specific Jedi rumored that use a green lightsaber. I haven't looked at the list all too recently. What I have looked at is the Out of the Basement Discord. See what I did there, guys? Go and join that. My guess is we're going to get Sassitin and Agent Kolar to finish off the Senate duel scene that's been built so far for Revenge of the Sith. Well, the Chancellor's arrest scene, shall I say. That's just what I think, because they'd all be brand new characters to the Black Series then at that point.
Also matches with the backdrop they used as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sunny Coruscant.
Yeah.
The last fan channel had Jedi from Attack of the Clones in it, and would you believe it, on the rumor list there are a few more Attack of the Clones figures on there. Just says Attack of the Clones. So you never know. They could be they could be in an Attack of the Clones box, but then it's up to you where you want to put them on your display. So, yeah.
See, my thinking last night was very left field, and I think it will be incorrect. I think it's wishful thinking, because, like you said, James, to me, the fact that they don't have double the lightsabers on there kind of indicates it won't be. But I'm gonna manifest. I'm gonna manifest. Just let me manifest.
It clearly works, mate. It clearly works. So do it.
It's Pong Krell. It's gotta be. Come on.
This is how it works now. You put it out there into the world, and Brandon writes it down on his emoji notepad, and then in 12 to 18 months, we get it.
There we go.
So I'm calling it Pong Krell. I think I'd like to think it's him, but I don't think it will. I don't think it will be for this reveal. But
in time, mate. In time.
He's gonna
we've all received at some point a figure that we never thought would get made. So it's
this year we've had several.
Yeah, well, on that note,
more than vintage collection.
On that note, can we just for the rest of it, sack it off? We're not doing a vintage collection vehicle wish list anymore. We are just going to sit in silence and admire the next and final slide. I don't. I'm gushing all over again. I don't know what. I can't.
He's giggling like a little schoolgirl.
I can't. I can't. It actually happened. We built it and they came.
Quite literally.
Several times, actually.
Robin the Monday.
Looking at this photo. My God. And I've done the Forces of Jesse a massive disservice because I didn't prep the
the meme.
very kind image that is
brilliant.
So good.
So I'm gonna pull it up for reference purposes. That is the most accurate image to reflect what I'm feeling, the emotions in my body right now.
I love your Wolverine pajamas.
Yeah,
thanks, mate. I have been rendered speechless, well and truly, because this, as anyone who has been a follower of my channel for any period of time knows, Jedi Knight, Dark Forces, the 90s. I'm a massive nostalgia buff. Power of the Force 2. All that era is my complete and utter jam. It's my strawberry jam on toast. It's everything. And we've had figures of Kyle Katarn in the past. We've had a Power of the Force 2 version, as Danny's very kindly demonstrating for us, which always threw me off a little bit because it's not accurate to the game that I played as a kid. It's accurate to Dark Forces. I don't have as many memories of Dark Forces as I do of Jedi Knight. We also got a comic pack version, which again was fantastic, but wasn't quite there. It wasn't the Kyle Katarn from the video game that I knew and loved and grew up with. So to see this come to life in the Black Series, the superior scale. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
He's not.
I'm not. We didn't get an official press shot as we normally would have with the packaging and all that sort of stuff, because that's a thing, a bone of contention all in its own right, because I can't wait to see Kyle Katarn being number 1 in a line of Dark Forces, Jedi Knight.
Oh, fuck!
Yes.
Don't do that to me! Oh!
There is no way that this is just going in a Gaming Greats package and it's going to be 11, 12, 13 or whatever it is in Gaming Greats. They've started a precedent with the new packaging, with the refreshed packaging look, where Gaming Greats figures or figures from a video game or any part of the expanded universe have been number 1 from said video game or said media. So, case in point, we've had Prince Shizor as number 1 for Shadows of the Empire, Dash Rendar number 2. I firmly believe that we're getting Kyle Katarn as number 1 from, be it Jedi Knight or Dark Forces, whichever media you want to put this one from. It's sculpted and painted and includes accessories that are more accurate to Jedi Outcast.
Yeah.
So if it's from Jedi Outcast, give me Disan, give me Tavion, give me all the characters from that game, give me the Chiss bartender. Let's recreate that scene. He's just a guy with a lightsaber and a few questions, and he doesn't trust bartenders with bad grammar. Just let's have that. Let's have that in the Black Series. But I don't know. I've got thoughts. I've got thoughts. I've got feelings. I've got everything about this figure. I was in the pub, not tuning into the stream live when this was on yesterday, and Dan and James both sent me the picture and said, "Put your pint down, Steve, because it's just happened." And I am not ashamed to admit I screamed in a public place because I can't believe this is real.
I screamed at work, mate.
The fact that Hasbro are giving love and attention to characters like this is absolutely unbelievable. I can't stress enough, if it's not already clear, how fucking excited I am for this figure. It's arguably, it's like a couple of years ago we did the side quest stream and I talked about my emotions when I found the Cantina band member figure. This takes that and just
elevates it.
I'm just giddy as I'm over the god. I can't speak when I get excited about this figure and this possibility and the possibilities that this opens up. We talked about Shadow of the Empire figures being like the gateway to the weird. This is just nuts to me. I just can't believe it's happened, and I'm absolutely. I just can't. I don't know what else to say. I really, really don't.
For me, just to say, when they showed the picture of this, obviously I screamed while at work, and just so many thoughts were running through my head, like mainly the accessories, because there's so much they can do accessory wise, and the fact they're not even showing that in this teaser image, we're going to call it. But now you've mentioned what media is it going to be attached to? Oh fuck! Fuck! Because a little side thing for me, remember when the Legacy Collection and they had that last wave where you had Karunka, you had Jaina Solo, Jason Solo, and you had the Phase 1 Dark Trooper, which is just this skankly little Dark Trooper boy, creepy as fuck in the game. And I was sat there and I pre-ordered it on Forbidden Planet and the fuckers did me over. So I never got that figure. And that whole wave is rare as rocking horse shit. If they do that in Black Series to go with this guy, I know it's not quite accurate to that game. I would die a happy man. I'm happy with this, more than happy with this. But again, it's the opportunities that it opens up. Give us Ramok in his big fucking real Dark Trooper armor.
Yeah.
Give us Janice Oars. Give us just
Janice.
Is it Janice Oars? What's the name again?
Jan Oars.
Jan Oars. Oh, I was sat there watching the game when I was playing it. It's just like Janice.
Janice.
I need to be picked up, Janice. No, Jan Oars. Sorry, shit with names.
Damn it, Janice.
Damn it, Janice, but fuck me.
You. Oh,
what an announcement. What an announcement. What opportunities.
It's unbelievable. It really is. And I can't stress enough like the appreciation I have for the way in which this figure was revealed. I mean, Alex has mentioned in the chat the official release is going to come at MCM, and I am, oh my God. I messaged Brandon this morning because he I don't, for those who may have saw it on his Instagram story, I think it was earlier this week, he was going through a box of old video games.
Yes.
And pulling all the different stuff. And he pulled Jedi Outcast. And I dropped him a line and I said, hey, come on now. Sort your old boy out. Come on, do your mate Steve a favour. Come on. And he put, good game, innit? I'm like, yeah, it's not one of my favourites or anything, though. It's all right. And then we got this, and I had to drop him a line. I said, Brandon, you're an absolute legend. Thank you for making a little Sadak's dream come true. The fact that this is getting its official release at MCM, if I'd have known 12 months ago when I booked a fucking holiday to Greece that this reveal was coming at this year's MCM Comic Con, I would not have booked that trip. Because now I can't go and I can't do what I did last year where I got to reveal, not as a slant to that figure or that opportunity by any stretch, but fucking Sebulba. And this year, I didn't get this done for nothing, right? Look. I can't do it. I can't. Fucking my arm won't spin that far. I didn't do that for nothing. There's a reason why that's there on my body permanently. And I can't be there to reveal this figure and hold it in my hands. And it makes me cry. So, but my God, I'm overwhelmingly happy. Honestly, I'm so ecstatic that this is a thing. And I'm not even going to do what I usually do when I finally get a figure that I've been clamoring for years and go, right, next, I want this to go with it.
Yeah.
Because I could list tons of characters to accompany Kyle, but I'm not going to because I'm just that happy with this. I'm a very easily satisfied gentleman, and this does more than satisfy me. It's absolutely incredible. It's my favourite thing ever. And to quote Tom from Parks and Recreation, it's beautiful. I've looked at this for 5 hours now. And that's not an exaggeration.
Yeah.
So kudos Hasbro, kudos Brandon, kudos to whoever made this happen, because you've made at least one person on this planet an incredibly, incredibly happy man.
goes to you, Steve, and goes to Brandon, the whole team. They're fucking killing it this year. They've done banger after banger.
You know, when they released Dash Render, when they revealed and released Dash Render, I thought this is probably as good as it's gonna get, and it just keeps getting better.
Yep,
and
it certainly does.
I'm all about this line. I love Black Series.
I fucking love Black Series.
I love toys, James. I really do.
It's great, man.
So on that note, before I start gushing all over again, I think I've gushed enough for a lifetime, but I'm going to gush again later because we have more things to talk about. But let's talk about Vintage Collection again.
Can I just say a little brief thing? Because unlike you, I never grew up playing those games. I never knew very much about them until we started doing Wishlist streams. Now, I'm hoping I've not got my wires crossed. And these are those games that had those wacky live action cutscenes that we were.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or one of them is, I had those. So that was my entry into that little world. So none of the story for this character actually lives rent free in my head like most Star Wars things tend to do. So when this got revealed, it was very much, oh, look at that. That's Steve's favorite character.
Yeah.
But that means so much to me, though.
This is it, man. So when it goes on the shelf, like all I had to Google because I wasn't quite sure is where in the overall timeline do these games take place.
Yeah. So
I know that it's going either at the tail end of A New Hope shelf or at the start of the Empire Strikes Back shelf.
It's going at the end of the Return of the Jedi shelf.
Okay, never mind then. I clearly read the wrong the wrong Wikipedia. Right. But the point is that it actually works better going on that fucking shelf because I've got more room there. It is Kyle Katarn on the shelf, but when I look at it, I'll think about the 100 times you mentioned it on the live streams, the times that we spoke about it, the times that we sat there absolutely creasing. Is it Bach?
Yeah.
Is that the fucking hell? What a night that was!
Unbelievable.
And if I may take the floor from you because you didn't want to ask for another figure, I would just like to see him made because just fucking because.
Yeah.
All right, that is just all manner of ludicrous, and I love it. But yeah, man,
what a fever dream that game is, man. Honestly,
it all comes back around to the collecting community.
Absolutely.
And how everybody, how we're all connected for various reasons. And I love that it's like this 6 inches of plastic on the shelf is worth so much more as a figurative weight. Yeah. It's all good stuff, man.
Just to build on that, James, though, I think that's just absolutely hit the nail on the head. And one of the things I love about collecting, I love finding out about these characters that I have no information. I didn't know who Kyle Katarn was when I came into collecting all them many moons ago. And it was only until I saw the comic pack. I'm like, who's Kyle Katarn? And then you go on Wikipedia, you do your research, you do a bit of homework. And it's, you get your own sense of like relation to it.
Mm.
And also like with Steve, same with me. It's going to be on my shelf. It's like Steve's asked for that figure, and hopefully one day might see that with Dirge. But regardless, happy with everything that Hasbro's doing at the minute. They're on an amazing track at the minute with Black Series. They've really found the foot in. Just more weird stuff, more stuff that's going to make me go, oh, I don't know particularly too much about that character.
Mm.
Or if it's someone else, there's so many people I've seen saying, who's Kyle Katarn? I'm like,
let me tell you a story.
My guy.
Yeah.
Have you played these games?
the Chuck Norris of Star Wars. I was watching something on YouTube recently. Somebody, there's like a little independent movie channel that actually tracked down Jason Court.
You told me about this, yeah.
Who played Kyle Katarn in those live action cutscenes in Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2. And he's not done many sort of big roles. He's a very sort of lesser known actor. Probably done a few commercials, a couple of TV shows here and there, bit parts. But he is known to Star Wars fans as Kyle Katarn. I think there was a different person. I completely forget his name. I'm blanking, but somebody completely different did the voice for him in the Outcast and Academy games. But Jason Court is and was the live action interpretation of Kyle Katarn in the original Dark Forces 2. And like I said, this independent movie channel tracked him down because I think now he's a retired actor and he's got his own vineyard and makes his own wine, which is a man after my own heart already. But he said in this, they did a little interview with him, and he said in this interview, I still get fan mail from Star Wars fans telling me how much they loved those games and how much they loved Kyle's character, and I'm like, where is this guy's address? If people are sending him fan mail, people know where he lives, and now I need to find that out because I need to send this figure to him when it comes out and say, please sir, put your squiggle on this, because you've got no idea how pivotal this character is to my Star Wars journey. I played those games with my dad, who's sadly no longer with us, before I saw the movies. I knew who Kyle Katarn was before I knew who Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader were. That's how ingrained in my Star Wars story Kyle Katarn is. And I played in the primary school playground as Kyle Katarn, whooshing a toilet roll tube lightsaber around, pretending to be Kyle Katarn. He is my childhood hero, effectively. That's the only way to really describe it. So to get, like I said, to go back and just to talk about that Black Series figure is just such a, it's just mental. It's absolutely mental. And I'm so goddamn happy about it. So yeah, man, that's it. I can't. I'm knackered. Like, I need a fag. Right. Now that that's all out of the way and done with, shall we get to what we were brought together to do in the first place?
Oh yeah.
Even though it's going to be a bit of a come down until we get into some of the other stuff. But if you're just joining us and you've checked out the thumbnail to this live stream and thought, hang on a minute, they're not talking about vintage collection vehicles. Am I watching the wrong thing? You're not, but we had to. It's one of the givens that when there are reveals, we have to talk about them. So now that New York Comic Con's out of the way and done with, let's touch on our latest wish list, which, like I said, is going to dive into the realm of the vintage collection. And because I feel like, at least for the foreseeable future, we've done all the characters that we possibly could. And I think that came to a head with the last stream we did, where we pitched our final wave of Black Series figures and just completely spacked all over the Star Wars universe and just opened up the floor. Talk about possibilities. Man, that last stream was wild.
Yeah.
In terms of character selection. So moving away from characters, although we are going to sprinkle a few in because there are some HasLab concepts amongst our picks, but we're gonna throw it to vehicles. So as per the standard, we have put together a list of 3 vehicles each, not limiting to the prequels, the sequels, the original trilogy, the expanded universe. This is just any and all vehicles from the Star Wars universe that we want to see in the 3 3/4 inch scale, the world building scale, the vintage collection. Makes sense to do vehicles for that line. But I think we've all come together and, again, just scoured every corner of the galaxy, to be fair, to put together a pretty decent assortment of vehicles and vessels. And as normal, we are going to throw it to some honourable mentions, some picks that didn't make the cut, but were certainly up for consideration. And James, we're going to start with you, fella, because I need to know why.
You need to know why?
Well, do you know what? I'm an advocate. I can appreciate the pick, but
because
out of all the things you could have picked, why this one?
Because it winds everybody up for all the wrong reasons, and it's about time people grew up and accepted that the mods are not necessarily terrible characters or a terrible concept. It's a lovely nod back to the time that Jon Favreau grew up and to what started. It didn't really start it because of 1138, but fucking, it was George Lucas's first major picture was American Graffiti, and it's a huge callback to that. This is what Star Wars does. If it was done in any other way that wasn't in bright colours, people would and have accepted it in the past. Now, they're just cool. There's something different. How many things in Star Wars do we get that resemble this or resemble that? Or we've had like 20 X-Wings as vehicles over the years, maybe. I'm not counting. It's just an exaggerated estimate, potentially exaggerated. Let's have something different, right? Let's take the small vehicle concept, which is becoming more popular as the years go by, and let's get these little Vespa speeder bikes that the mods had, and that's how you get the mods out. And they're not in mainline, they're not clogging up your normal spots, so people don't have to get mad about that. And again, not all vintage collectors buy everything. I've discussed before that my TVC stuff is very niche and it focuses on the HasLabs that have come out over the last 5 years. I've got Mando stuff, I've got Ahsoka stuff, and a bit of Rebels, but I've got Book of Boba Fett as well because it's part of the Mandalorian story. So I would like to flesh that out with the characters that appeared in the show. And unfortunately, for those that don't like it, they are part of the pivotal narrative of what goes on, because they play an important role in the story at certain points, and potentially without that happening, Boba would not have earned the necessary respect from the folk of the town, or fucking, they might not survive till the end without them all working as a team, or whatever it may be. I just think they look cool on my shelf, and I want toys of them. It always comes back to that.
Yeah.
But I can't lie. I want them more because they frustrate people.
Yep.
You're spiteful bastard.
It's not even about being spiteful, because there's nothing wrong with them.
Yeah.
I don't understand everybody's hate. It's so forced because it's different, and as a society, we should be pushing past stuff like that in much more major realms than action figure collecting. So why haven't we? For something on such a minimal scale, you don't have to buy them if you don't want them.
Yeah.
You can be mad that they've made them. Should they make them? They probably won't. This is probably the largest pipe dream I've spewed out of my mouth on one of these streams. I'm not high. I genuinely would like to have them. I would like to have figures of Drash and Scad on the shelf next to Boba Fett.
I love how you've had to clear that up. Like, I'm not under the influence of any narcotics. I am just genuinely...
Well, I'm high on plastic and PVC and all things action figures. Okay? I just think they'd look cool. You tell me a shelf wouldn't look good with these in the background, with Boba and Fennec walking up front.
It is something just
I've just got
completely
visions
different.
of you doing that. What Moonjockey does in that video that he put out, where he's just got the empty packaging and he's just...
Yeah.
Oh.
There's nothing
Do you
like
know
the
what?
smell
It
of
is that-
opening up a hot toy whilst we're
It's
on the
that.
subject.
It's that thing in it. It's like you've hit the nail on the head once again. It's that thing about I just want representation of those things that were shown on that in that movie or in that TV series. Like there would have been a time 15, 20 years ago where Book of Boba Fett would have come out and these would have been on the shelves 2 or 3 weeks later.
Yeah.
As well as a full range of the Mod Gang, as well as Boba Fett, as well as the guy who's in the speeder that they're chasing, whose name I can't remember.
I think it's just referenced as being called the Mayor's Major Domo.
Yeah. Like, I think my only issue with that scene is, as Matt mentioned in the chat, that it's just so slow.
Yeah, I have to agree. That is the only complaint I can take away from it. If they sped it up to maybe a tenth of the speed,
Yeah.
I don't think people would have come away so sour about it.
Yeah.
But at the same
or the fact
time,
that it takes Boba Fett the same amount of time to use his jetpack to get in front of the fucking speeder. I should probably stop deconstructing it because it's increasingly impacting the point I'm trying to make.
Well, mate, if you want to change your pick, you can always choose a Sandcrawler.
No, I'm not that desperate, mate. It's all right.
Do you know what I'd love to see with this though? Just as a little side note.
Battle pack.
Yeah, battle pack for sure. But you know when little deviation from toy line, but Indiana Jones vehicles came with little accessories like barrels and breakaway signposts.
Oh,
include the mural of Jabba and have it sort of ripped apart.
Yeah.
Do they drive through it or do they kind of? I can't remember, but just include that.
Do you guys remember, again, touching on the 90s nostalgia, so maybe not, but do you guys remember the crash test dummy play sets?
Yes.
Oh.
That came with like foam walls and all that sort of stuff. Man, I fucking loved them when I was a kid. Just give us. Oh no! I've just had a brainwave. Bollocks to it. Hasbro don't even hold the license, I don't think, for this toy line, but do a Scale Electric set.
That'd move faster though.
Oh wow!
It'd be the slowest Scale Electric set that anybody owns, but it'd be so good.
Oh dear. What have I done?
You've created a monster. But you know what? It's a fair pick, mate. And I love how left field it is. Like when we put this stream together, I was like, oh, James is going to pick something from Clone Wars. I was like, that's why I threw the Z95 clip in the front of the intro because I thought he's going to pick a Clone Wars vehicle, surely.
Well, I have not to throw major spoilers out there, but I tiered my picks to my favourite properties. So
I thought everything would be Clone Wars, though, and you completely once again subverted my expectations, but in the best possible way, which I'm so here for.
I'm not alone. I mean, I'm doing a terrible job, so I'm not alone. I promise. There's more people out there that like these characters. There is.
There's a handful.
I just don't. I think the people that pick fault with it are the original trilogy purists for the most part. I have to say it.
Yeah.
People who don't like whimsy.
That's what Star Wars is at the end of the day, isn't it? It's weird. It's whimsy. It's stupid. It's goofy. It's just insane. And yeah, do you know what? I can't fault you, mate. It's a fair pick. It's a very fair pick. But like I said, I think for me, as a release, talk us through it then. As we like to do.
I mean, I just want it as a big set. Because you've got your main two mods, which I learnt the names of after they escaped my mind the last time it come up in conversation, which is Drash and Scad. So you've got the lady character who's got part of her arm has been modded, and then you've got the guy who's got his cybernetic eye, who does the really cool flip around for no reason to shoot his blaster. Bit of sass and battle never hurt anybody.
I was wondering when that had come up.
And there is another couple of them. I would probably just do the main two really as a 2-pack. Maybe it's a good way to get the actual sort of the guy from the mod parlor out as well, considering you see him a fair few times.
Thundercat, yeah, the musician, yeah,
get him in there. A couple of interchangeable hands or something for his different, utensils.
Yeah.
I've watched podcasts where people have spoke about the Book of Boba Fett, and for all of its sins, which again I'll defend it. I think it's a good show. It's just a good popcorn show to sit and watch. It's so quotable, and so many of the scenes just live rent free in my brain.
Yeah,
and there's that bit when he's interrogating them about the whole water theft situation and how they're not paying for it. It's like, oh, well, we can't because we haven't. Why don't you get a job or whatever it is? And she turns around and goes, "There is no work, mighty daimyo." It's like delivered with such fucking like, who the fuck are you telling? It's I just want it on my shelf. I want those characters on the shelf because back in the day we would have got them.
Yeah. Fair. Can't argue more than that.
I dig it.
You've sold it to me, mate.
It doesn't have to appeal to everybody, does it? If you don't want it, leave it on the shelf.
That's it.
Worse things have come out in the last 10 years, believe it or not.
Very, very true.
Yeah.
Very true. Well, again, fair play, but moving on to Dan, who I think has picked something that it's fair to say everybody would want. I would expect.
I went for the TIE Defender as my honourable mention because Ron. That's it. That's the pitch. I just want this on my or above my Thrawn shrine, and I think it would look pretty cool because it's a funky looking TIE fighter, and I like it because it's got some funky wings and a funky cockpit, and include a pilot with it, and I'll be very happy. This is an honorable mention because there's loads of other vehicles that I have so much more to say about than this. Thank you for coming to my honorable mention TED Talk.
I must admit, though, you subverted my expectations as well, because I honestly thought that going into this, you'd be like, yeah, I want a new Darth Maul Sith Infiltrator.
Oh, yeah, I was tempted with that one, but I was tempted with that, but I thought, no, we can do better than that, Dan.
It goes back to what we were saying with James's pitch with the speeders and the scooters, rather, and the whole, like, 15 years ago, if Rebels was on TV then, we would have already had this. And given the roots that this vehicle has in the old expanded universe as well, I'm honestly quite shocked that this has never been made as a toy, because, 2006, 2007, we were getting every variant of the TIE Fighter. We were getting TIE Interceptors, we were getting TIE Bombers, we were getting big wing TIE Fighters, we were getting small wing TIE Fighters, we were getting TIE Fighters with the Rebel insignia on the wings for such a weird and obscure reason.
Outside of Hasbro as well, I mean, Lego were fucking cranking them out. They did the TIE Crawler, they did the TIE Droid one, they did them all.
Yeah.
Mad.
The fact that Hasbro have never done one of these, and I'm in all honesty, like years ago, I was a bit of a TIE Fighter nut, and I was like, I've got to own every version of the TIE Fighters. I need every variant. I was picking up repaints, retools, repacks. I was all about the TIE Fighters because they were and still are like one of my favorite vehicles, and I think it's purely due to how many variants there are of them and how cool they all are.
Cool too.
Exactly. Dan.
Yeah.
Dan.
Go on.
I'll see if I can.
Do it.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Please do
I've
it.
not done it in a while.
Do the whole thing. Do
It's
the
a
whole
bit
thing. Do the whole
rusty.
thing. Do the intro as well. Do the intro as well.
Yeah.
How to Star Wars sound effects.
He's killed his
It's not as
mic.
good as. It's not as good. It's not as good.
Go on. Round 2. You can do it. He's just killing his mic.
Yeah, your
Sorry,
mic
lad.
doesn't
It's
like
that loud.
it.
It's that supersonic.
Maybe you need to
Mic's
touch
just
it.
dying.
Hold on. Is that better?
We get
Just
it.
sounds like your TIE fighter's got a bit of bronchitis.
There we go. There
It
he
has.
is.
It's a bit, yeah. It's not as good. If you want to see a good impression of it, you'll find it on my YouTube channel. It's the most viewed video I've ever done.
It's
And
the
that was
most-
me dicking about in the hallway.
It's the most viewed video on YouTube, mate. It's fucking like I can't believe it.
Do you know what? Funny story behind that. I saw it on Reddit while I was at uni. I'm like, that went viral. I didn't even know. I had all these comments that I just didn't get updated with. And I'm like, right. Cracking.
Brilliant stuff. Well, yeah, I think, like I said, I think the reason that ties are like amongst my favourite characters is just because of all the weird and wonderful variations. And like I say, it's criminal that this hasn't been made, and it's also criminal that we haven't got to tie in with new media a TIE Avenger. Like, what the hell?
Yes.
Yeah,
How is that not a thing?
Yeah.
should have got that instead of Darth Vader's TIE Advanced a few months ago.
What I'd also add in terms of the TIE Defender, though, because there's a different paint variation of it. I think it's got like red lining. Forgot to mention. That'd be the one I'd like to see. I think that's like the prototype one. And that'd be pretty cool. Just because it's a bit different. But, just more TIEs, baby. Give me more TIE fighters.
I'd throw all the screen accuracy on this one out of the window as well, and I would make this a toy. And I would give it the little buttons on each wing to pop the wings off.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Like in the old days, I remember.
To be fair, Steve, the way that they pack vehicles these days, that's probably what the build process would entail anyway, to get it in the bloody box.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it needs that pop-off
That'd be
feature.
mint.
You don't just need to clip in, they need to pop off.
What
Because
figure would you pack in, Dan? Just a pilot or something specific to that Rebels episode?
I would go for that the specifics of the Rebels episode, because into that test pilot, is it Baron? It's not Baron Fell, is it?
No, Baron Fell.
I can't remember his name. I
he's
know you're on about.
Baron Fell's an EU character, and I'm pretty sure he's a TIE interceptor pilot.
Yeah, I was going to say that as well. But I don't know. I've got it.
He does because he did in the 30th anniversary collection. They did the 181st TIE Interceptor, which had the red stripe down it, and I'm sure Baron Fell's like the guy who's in charge.
Yes.
You're talking about the trainer from Sky Striker Academy, and then he pops back up in these episodes. I can't remember his bloody name.
But yeah, something like that.
Would you do it Rebels themed, or would you do it expanded universe?
I'd go at EU. I'd go down the EU route.
Yeah,
I think it'd pair quite nicely with that new Thrawn they've done with his epaulets and Pelion. Yeah, that'd be nice. If they could include a display stand with it as well, because I can imagine it being a bit awkward. I can see the wings maybe sagging a bit, but there we go. Yeah, get Volt in there.
Yeah,
get Volt in there.
Sick pig. I'd buy it.
I know what I'd buy out of this lot, though. You fucker.
I know. Sorry. You know what? It was.
To be honest, it didn't even cross my mind. And I feel like an idiot for not.
And you know what? The only reason why this did for me and my pick is because, spoiler alert, my main 3 picks are very expanded universe heavy, and I didn't want all of my picks to purely be EU. I wanted to throw some variety in there. So my honourable mention it was either this, or it was either the Rogue Shadow or this. And I feel like the reason for that is, like I said, I want the Rogue Shadow because it's such a fucking cool vehicle from Force Unleashed, which again is another favorite video game of mine. You know, holds a lot of nostalgia. But I might be alone in thinking this, but I feel like the Fondor Hallcraft and the Rogue Shadow share a couple of visual similarities, just in terms of the shape and stuff like that. So for me, it's like, well, in my mind, I want the Rogue Shadow. But as we always like to do with these streams, we like to approach them with a little bit of realism and a little bit of, you know, chances are, mate, that is not going to happen. So keeping in with the new media theme and the idea that, you know, when new media arrives, Hasbro like to put a little bit of focus on it, even though they don't really do that with vehicles these days. I mean, again, going back to 15, 20 years ago, even 10 years ago, you know, we'd get a decent amount of vehicles released pretty frequently. Like, vehicles were their own line at one point. And now it's like you only get vehicles on special occasions. You only get them as HasLabs, or you only get them as, you know, slightly smaller but still premiumly priced items. And I'm still stuck in the past, and I can't move past the time where I would pay 25 quid for a vehicle, such as Darth Vader's TIE Fighter, whereas now in 2025 I'm expected to pay 110 for it. That does not sit right with me. I get why that's the case now, but I don't like it. So for me, I know we're when we get into our main picks, some of them are HasLabs, some of them aren't. For me, I wouldn't even entertain the idea of a HasLab with this one. If needs must, downscale them. I'm not opposed to having, and I've said this about super articulation in figures and stuff like that. I am not opposed to a vehicle or a product being done in such a way that compromises are made, but at least we have it. And for me, if you've been tuning in since the start of this stream and you saw that clip during the intro, this is a fucking cool ship. It does some fucking cool stuff. And I'd want this vehicle to be a toy. I don't need it to be to scream screen accuracy. I don't need it to be the correct scale. I just need it. Speaking of scale, that's not the right scale, is it? I don't care. I've got one, and that's the point. I have it in my collection. It's not the scale that matters, it's the representation. And I would want this vehicle to be a toy. I want it to have the pulley out cannons and lasers and spinning and whatever. I want that. You know, give me a sticker on the cockpit panel and all that sort of stuff. Bugger it. Go back to the old days for me. I'm happy with that. There's a ton of vehicles that were released years ago that compromise on screen accuracy and on scale, but still hold up as bloody good toys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like I said, we'll get into the argument of scale and all that sort of stuff later on with some of our other picks, but just do it in a way that, you know, it's affordable. You can get it out there to people who love the show. Because, I mean, come on, Andor was a monster raving success.
Oh yeah,
in every sense of the word. I don't think I've spoken to anybody except Nez who had a bad thing to say about it. So, you know, you just give the people what they want, and I think this would be such a cool vehicle to have. I think there's just, like I said, approaching it purely from a toyetic standpoint, there's just so much you could do with this in terms of like movable parts, features, you know, firing missiles, for crying out loud. Just give us that. I'm as long as it's not a Nerf dart, I don't care. I'm here for it. You know. Just like I said, downscale it, put it in a smaller box, make it purely a little one-man fighter. This doesn't have to be the size of a BMF. You know, you can just do it so that the cockpit is big enough to just hold one figure.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the Outrider that you picked up, Dan, from Power of the Force 2 that is
100%.
severely underscaled, and I'm pretty sure you've got to lay Dash Rendar down in the cockpit. That's cool.
You've got to really squish him in, yeah.
It's on the shelf. It's represented in the collection, and that's all I'm asking for. And because this is just such a cool scene from such a cool show, I think it's pretty criminal that we don't have some representation of this on our shelf. Has Micro Galaxy Squadron done it yet?
No, but I'm pretty sure there's been talks of it.
Oh, I'd love it if they did, because I'd buy that. I only tend to dip my toe into Micro Galaxy Squadron, but if they did this, I'd be all about it.
Yeah, it's one that I want to see in some capacity.
And I would pack in a Luthen Rail figure with it, with a soft goods coat, so he could sit down.
Do you know what? I would want to see a Luthen Rail that you could mix and match Malibu Stacy style, so you can have so you can have him incognito or
removable wig.
Yeah. Fuck it, do it.
You cowards. Do it. Okay, so that's honourable mentions out of the way and done with. Let's throw it to our mainline picks. How do you gents want to do this? Do you want to save your HasLabs till last?
Yes, please.
I'd save Hasbro. Yeah, save it.
Well, if that's all
right
with you,
could I, whenever you go to my first one, I'm not asking to go first. That's up to you. I don't want to give it away before I get there because that spoils it. The smallest vehicle first, please.
Right.
Yes,
okay. Then.
Let's do that.
Note, while it's fresh in my mind, because if I don't do it now, I'm probably going to forget later on.
Yeah.
So I will do that now, and I've just got to find which. I've got to try and remember which one is the smallest one. There it is. I think I'm yeah. Hang on. Let me double check. Yes. Okay. There we go.
Hey.
There we go. Okay. So, the first of my 3 picks is the Phantom 1. I have tried to approach all of these in a very logical and thematical way, utilizing all of Hasbro's various release outlets for different product. So for this one, we've already got a HasLab that exists. We've got the Ghost, and we're still very much lacking support for that vehicle, which was promised at the time. As we've discussed before, it's a common theme. We get promised that we'll have everything to build this up, and I wouldn't mind, but the Ghost vehicle is pretty much kitted out for a new Phantom. Now, with the Razor Crest, they released the Blurg years after, but they'd done the correct preparations when they were doing the renders and whatnot and building it on the computer to make sure the Blurg would fit inside the Razor Crest. So I do believe the same has been done should Hasbro want to make a Phantom 1, because the space is clearly there when you take the Phantom 2 out of its docking bay, because the Phantom 2 is smaller than this ought to be. If anybody should see this and want to make notes, we really do want this, because it then adds more display ability to something we've already got. Now, this would just be a small vehicle in the regular vintage collection line, mainline vehicle, whatever you want to call it, in similar vein to the N1 Starfighter, although I wouldn't price it the same because it would not be that big. A single figure pack-in, because that's what's become common. And because of the time period in Rebels of which this vehicle appears in, this is a way that Hasbro please another section of the community, because everybody's been asking, when are we going to get a Season 1 version of Ezra Bridger to go with the Season 1 Kanan and Zeb that we've currently got? Because I understand that completing teams is very important in the vintage collection. So that's the figure that you pack in. I haven't really put much thought into the card back art because I couldn't care, because I'd want to open it and I'd want to put it in my vehicle. I'd want to display it with my other figures. There are a couple of options that they could do with this. The wings have got to fold out and the turrets have got to slide forward. That's important to have it integrate into the Ghost. But throughout the series, the top of the Phantom 1 changes. So where you've got the turret, there is a droid socket for Chopper. Now, whether they want to make an interchangeable part or not, that'd be fine. But if I had to pick one, I'd go for the one that allows you to put Chopper in there. Although this is where the first roadblock appears. Because if it's going to be in scale with the Ghost, then technically it needs to incorporate the small bust of Chopper that's currently on the Phantom 2 and not the figure that was released. I don't know. It might not matter. Maybe you incorporate the figure because you're not going to have the other one next to it at the time. I just think for consistency's sake, that's how you do it. Oh, you can take this part from your HasLab and put it in here. I've just figured it out live, everybody. They do what they did with the M1, speaking of it. And where you can swap Grogu out for the R5 attachment, you include an attachment which allows you to put that Chopper bust in it. But for those that haven't got the Ghost and want to buy this because they're collecting the Rebels line outside of that, you can put your figure in it as well if you just remove the attachment part. Very simple, things we've seen many times. But I think it's an iconic vehicle in its own right. You wouldn't have the Phantom 2 without the Phantom 1, as it's, natural progression of it existing in a way. Again, I think it's necessary. I don't think it's ungrateful to expect this sooner rather than later, to be honest, because if they're so big into vehicles that sell and don't go to closeout, then I think you pick a popular animated property and craft something from it that people have been asking for. And I think this was such a popular ask this time last year, to the point where people were creating 3D printed attachments so you could take the old Rebels toy and have it safely clip into the back of your Ghost.
You're always thinking one step ahead of me, James, because that was literally going to be my next question. I was just about to say to you, even though it doesn't relate to your interpretation of the Phantom, I was going to say, is there a way of attaching the previously released Phantom 1 into the Ghost? Because that's one of the things when you picked this one, I think I mentioned it to you, didn't I? I was like, what's going to be the difference between the original version, which was very was a toy. It was a 25 quid toy back in 2014 or 15, whenever it was released. And I think you mentioned that paint it for a start.
No paint, stickers for the majority. Very poor. One thing Hasbro can do well is paint ships. So the deco on it would speak for itself. A nice bit of weathering. Wouldn't be too mad if it was more weathered than the Ghost. I know a lot of people complain the Ghost was underweathered. To a point it is, but I don't think it's terrible. But they're two separate ships, and this is probably utilised more than the Ghost for smaller missions. So to have this, if the weathering was inconsistent, I don't think it'd be a bad thing. I think it'd match the narrative on a very small scale. If you wanted to up the price point, talking about the N1 again, a flight stand wouldn't go amiss, but I don't think it's necessary because the Ghost didn't have one, although it needed it. I just think it's the right size for something in the vintage collection. It's a very displayable vehicle, whether you've got the Ghost or whether you haven't. Popular property once again. And now this is, you see, I'll save this one. I won't ignore me. This will become more apparent when I talk about the next ship. But as much as this is a vintage collection stream, all I'll say for now is, as much as I enjoy collecting it, I think we need more variety. And I don't always think that when we're doing something from an animated property, we should be making it live action. When the line, considering we've just made a big deal about Hasbro 375 being a thing, and it's a way to get all of these fan favorite properties into that world building scale. When certain animated figures exist already that have been abandoned for no reason. I just think maybe there could be a choice out there.
Mm-hmm.
But that's really all I've got to say about this one.
Yeah.
I'd just like to see it, and I think there are so many valid points as to why we should have it, and I'm not quite sure how many there are as to why we don't.
Yeah. What about in terms of size? Because I never picked up the original Phantom, but from what I understand, just purely down to the size of the packaging, it wasn't a very big vehicle, and I'm guessing that there were some compromises in scale made to make it an affordable toy at the time.
Yeah.
So would this differ? I mean, obviously, in terms of detail and sculpt and paint and all that sort of stuff, it'd differ massively. But in terms of scale, would there be a massive difference between what we already have and what we should get in order to stick it in the back of the girl?
Maybe just a fraction smaller. Like the original Rebels toy sits in place. So it just needs to be a fraction smaller to, maybe 5mm smaller.
Because I'm not
just
mistaken.
So all your panels line up.
Because I'm not mistaken in my thoughts that it is only a one man fighter, isn't it?
Yeah, but there is to put it in perspective, I'm pretty confident that the Phantom 1 is a one-seater and it's got the back cargo bay with seats. Obviously, you're not going to be able to achieve that straight away. The Phantom 2 should be a two-seater, and you can only get one figure in the cockpit for that.
Right.
So I wouldn't. So I would expect the same for this. You can have an open space in the back if you want lie a figure down, put some weapons in there, wherever it may be. A couple of storage crates if they're feeling extravagant. Yeah. You sit one figure in the front. I don't necessarily think it needs a large area to accommodate Zeb for how often he flew it. And I'm only saying that because they made such allowances for the turret on the Ghost. So depending which character you've got sitting in it, you can adjust the backrest of the seat and the pedals, to make sure they're in there properly. But what you said about Luthen's ship, Steve, being underscaled, the Razor Crest is underscaled, the Ghost is underscaled. Maybe not massively, but they aren't true to 3.75-inch action figure scale.
Yeah, they're not relative to.
This has only got to be as it's got to fit in your hand, basically. Just be a little bigger than your hand. So I think it's very doable, very budget friendly. I think it'd sell very well, and it'd be a very affordable price.
It's a mystery to me why this wasn't one included with the Ghost anyway, or like how they did the Cantina. They gave people options. Do you want this version or do you want the deluxe version?
Yeah.
Why didn't they do two? Like, if they didn't want to include both versions of the Phantom in the HasLab Ghost, why not say, right, okay, well, do you want this version or do you want that version? And then you back whichever version it is that you want, if you want both. Because
it's a very good point. Yeah.
If there are people out there that probably would have done it if you'd have put one in with it, if you'd have given people the option, people probably would have backed two just to get the two versions of the Phantom. Because people this
is why, and I'll say it now because I'll look like a hypocrite in an hour. Figures for HasLabs are bad tiers.
Yeah.
Because if they'd have themed, the only reason we got the Ghost is because it was featured in new media. I would imagine it would have been a much harder sell to Lucasfilm if it was specifically Rebels licensed and not Ahsoka licensed. So because of that, you've already shot yourself in the foot, and your Rebels figures had to be tiers. If it was a Rebels package to start with, the figures should have been included, the tiers should have been a stand, the Phantom 1, this, that, and the other. You didn't have room for this in the package because of how it was being presented to the customer.
Yeah.
It is a massive shame thinking about it, because at the time it's all I wanted to go with it. It was the only thing that I felt I was sorely missing from it.
Mm.
Because I do think that is probably the way that I'd display it. I mean, I'd probably change it up, but
It's nice to have that option, though, isn't it?
Well, this ship is kitted out for the Ghost specifically, because it wouldn't as a toy, let me just say, but in the show it can attach to the ship two different ways. It flies into the back and it lands in reverse, so that the cockpit is facing out as a turret. You see that a few times in the show. The Phantom 2 is a Separatist shuttle that's been commandeered. It only sits on the back because there's a docking bay. So if anything, this has more of a right to sit on the back of the Ghost than what we actually got.
As somebody who doesn't own the Ghost, is the way the Ghost is sculpted? Can you look at it and think they've made this purposely to fit a Phantom 1? Should they release it, or is it?
I think it exists. I think it's been pre-engineered, so that they can one day, if they decide to, retrofit one, so they can design one around what already exists.
Yeah,
because they've thought that far in front. Because the bay at the back of the Ghost extends longer than the space the Phantom 2 occupies.
Maybe it's not a pipe dream after all, then.
I hope not, mate. I'd love to see it. I just don't really want to be waiting 5 years.
Yeah.
Like the Blurg is great, but if the Blurg had come out in 2021, fuck me, how many of them would have sold?
Yeah. This is the thing, innit? They're just so slow off the mark with stuff like this. Like, the demand's there for it. When they release a product, the demand's there for add-ons and accompaniments and all that sort of stuff. And they're just so like, yeah, we'll get to it eventually. Don't worry about it. And then 5 years later, something's out. It's like, well, yeah, I've forgotten about that now. I just don't understand that lack of urgency to bang stuff out that pairs with stuff so well. Honestly, the decision making baffles me when it comes to stuff like that. But no, I mean, as an individual piece, like I said, as someone who doesn't even own the Ghost, like I think you sold this one to me as get a display stand with it, get a season 1 Ezra. As a display piece, it'd look fantastic on its own. So I'd buy it for $1. Probably times 1,000 because Hasbro like to overcharge for vehicles, but that's by the by. Dan, shall we start with your tiddlers and then work our way up to the big boys too?
Yeah, let's go for the small one.
Cool. Because I'm seeing a theme of like with at least with the initial picks of vehicles that we already have, but you guys are making better. So Dan, talk us through what you do differently for this one, mate, because like I said, we do already have it.
God, so we already have it, but it's a bit shit. Let's be honest. Oh my God, the original is still a cool toy, don't get me wrong. But
that's the thing, it's a toy, isn't it?
It's a toy, and the figure that they include with it is a jank-ass General Grievous, which is a static figure from what I remember, or may as well be. So, absolutely, what I'd want Hasbro to do would be to go balls to the wall with this one. Make the wheel bike, obviously, that's the main prerogative. Make the legs flip out, make the legs flip in. I just love the design of it. It's so stupid. Like, oh yeah, we'll design a wheel bike, but it also has leggies so it can walk. Like what? Why does it? Does it not have a set speed? Nah, fuck it. It can walk. So yeah, I love this vehicle. I love its design and the scene in Revenge of the Sith. I'm on one now. Because just like when I think of the chase sequence, do you ever remember the bit where General Grievous is on the wheel bike and it jumps, the legs leap,
Yeah.
And it then transforms into its wheelbike mode. But as he does it, it bounces and he picks up one of the clones as he's doing it, and it fucking launches him off. You look really closely. And it's like, oh, fuck, man, that'd just be so awesome. So include a display stand with it. So you can have it in mid-jump leap. Just really go to town, like on the weathering. And again, it would open up the perfect opportunity. I know we shouldn't really be focused on figures, but fuck it, I am. General Grievous needs an update in 3 3/4 inch. I think now with the technology they've got, they could make a really balls to the wall figure. And something I would recommend is have an interchangeable hand. So you know when he puts his hand on the control panel, where he's like with his little fingers. Actually have the interchangeable base plate with the hand stuck in, and then you can just pop his hand in, you've got it in there, so he's controlling it.
So he's kind of more secure in place, isn't he, if you do it that way?
That as well. So you've got the foot pegs keeping him secure, because that's one thing I always sometimes struggle with, is you're trying to get him on the handlebars and things like that. Sometimes it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just shit at posing. But, you know, just an additional bit of security for him. And then you could also have it where you've got the battle damaged limbs with the figure. Because to be fair, there's not much to this vehicle in terms of plastic. No. If you really think about it. So
that was going to be one of my questions to you, because in terms of size, we don't really see vehicles like this anymore. Like we get they're not vehicles, but we get the beast pack, I'll call them, the creature sets, which are, you know, like 30-40 quid. But something like this, we don't get anything this sort of size anymore. We would have done, again, 15-20 years ago, but not so much these days. So in terms of price point, like where would you put this one at? Because
I mean, I would put it in the camp of about 30 to 50. That depends if you include the Grievous figure to the level that I'm kind of looking for.
I think 50 would be a pretty sweet spot if you've got a brand new sculpted vintage collection Grievous in there as well.
Yeah.
Carded.
I mean, if
50, 60 maybe.
What I would also say is if you're going to go down the lower price point, then don't include the figure, but include the parts that you can have to interchange with the Grievous that you can buy. Kind of like what they did with the N1 and the droid socket. But in other media, I think the Magna Guards ride this. So it would give them another opportunity to release a Magna Guard, and you can pop a Magna Guard on one of those. At least they did that with Star Wars Legion. Maybe I'm thinking might have been in a comic or something. But, you know, it's just something a bit funky you could do. But obviously, you'd want it displayed with Grievous. You'd want Grievous displayed on that. And I just think it's such, again, weird design. And it would be applicable as well, not just to I think it would be amazing in Vintage Collection, but it won't be too far out of the realms of Black Series as well.
Yeah,
to a certain degree.
In terms of the size and stuff, this does. Yeah, it does lend itself to both scales. It's got to be said. There's definitely a case to be made for it in 6-inch, but no, I think the
vintage would be more fitting.
Yeah, like you said, we shouldn't be putting a focus on figures on a vehicle themed wish list, but General Grievous is in drastic need of a 3 3/4 inch update. All the ones that we've had before, like as good as that vintage collection version was and still is, to be fair, it's nowhere near screen accurate.
Yeah,
nowhere near in size, in scale, in color. Nothing about it is accurate to what we actually get on screen. And like you said, I think with the engineering, what Hasbro are capable of now in terms of articulation and scale and all that sort of stuff, I think Grievous would be an absolutely stellar vintage collection figure, and would be one that I would probably end up buying. And I think you're probably going to hit that appeal a little bit more if you include the figure with the vehicle.
Yeah, because it's Grievous' vehicle at the end of the day.
But
and
for
the
smaller stuff like
that...
this, I think you always need to have a figure to accompany it that's packed in, because it's no fun.
Yeah,
getting a vehicle like, I don't know, an E-wing,
yeah.
and then releasing a figure like, I don't know, Lieutenant Callahan.
Yeah.
Making it an absolute pain in the arse in terms of the way it's distributed, and then you've bought a vehicle, but you've not got a pilot for it for God knows how long.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So just do the logical thing, release figures with vehicles like they used to back in the day. They don't make them like they used to.
And again, I think it's the fact that Grievous is such a pivotal feature to the bike. Like it's all... No, it's fine, man. Like I said, it's like the way how he interacts with it with his hands on the fucking dial, how he even approaches the wheel bike, where he's the weird little fucking spider, and he flips his whole body onto the thing in the most. It's the rule of cool at the end of the day.
Yeah,
it's everything that goes with Grievous. If they could do a bogger, is it a bogger or the Voltex, as it's now known as?
The Bogle.
Nah, fuck that Bogle lizard. Yeah, man.
But include, you can then have the opportunity to make
complete
that
with constipated Obi-Wan.
The
original set.
What a fucking set that was, man.
But this is what I mean. They just don't do stuff like that anymore. Like, where is all the bigger stuff and where is the world building? This set, like, for example, is crucial to building out Utapau.
Yeah.
Where is it? Come on now, be it.
That's it. I just think it'd just be such a cool, intricate vehicle for them to do.
Yeah, it would. And again, like even applying like the modern technology to the vehicle itself, like it'd be in terms of sculpt and stuff, like the definition in the detail and stuff on this one, just be leaps and bounds. Because the original, would you do it in the similar sort of vein as the original, where you'd got like, because I think the original, the wheel itself spanning like 3 or 4 different places, didn't it? So like you could move it around, but independently, each part of the wheel rotated.
I think the original was pretty chunky as well.
Yeah, it were.
They were a bit bulky.
I remember the hinges on the claws and stuff being really like, they were on ratchet joints, weren't they? So it was like,
yeah,
and like this. Oh man, I wish I'd never got rid of that because it was such a cool toy. So good.
I mean,
they did the smaller scale one as well for the Clone Wars, the little mini rig version.
Yeah, that was on more of like a tank tread though.
Yeah, it just had 2 wheels sat underneath it. The wheel itself didn't.
I saw that on eBay the other day. I was having a look at that.
It's another one that I hadn't parted ways with, and bloody regretting it now, I tell you.
My affinity with this vehicle comes from the Lego set.
Yeah.
Which the original, which was literally Lego did it. So it was 2 discs with the printing on the side, and it's so jank. Likewise, the Boggart as well. Just a peak set. But do an update of this in Vintage Collection. I can't believe they've not done it sooner, especially for Revenge of the Sith's anniversary. This would have been incredible.
This is the thing, innit? Show that love.
That's it.
Pay a real tribute when it comes to anniversary time. Don't just like give us a handful of figures. Just pay a proper tribute.
That's it.
Yeah, solid stuff. Proper good. My pick. I can't really. Well, I can because I guess it's smaller, but they're all pretty chunky. But if Matt is still with us in the chat, he foreshadowed this. And like I said, my purchase of a Sandcrawler recently null and voided my HasLab Sandcrawler pick, which I did prepare slides for, complete with figures, but that will remain unseen. But my pick, because we don't get enough prequel vehicle love, so. And I had to really sit back and think, hang on a minute, did we actually get this? And the fact that we didn't given the amount of stuff and the weird stuff they gave us from the Phantom Menace, but they somehow missed this. Like, we got a, what is it? What bloody OPC creature. We got a ammo wagon and falumpa set. We got a bleeding, what's it called? The big lizard thing. The Famba. Was it the Famba?
Yeah,
we got that. But yet we didn't get, arguably, one of the most iconic vehicles from the movie. And I would absolutely love to see this as a toy.
Do you know what?
Yeah.
Just
so
to say
cool.
as well, Steve, have that as the artwork on the box.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck actually having toy product like photography on, like obviously have it on the back, but have that eye-catching.
I'm trying to think, has there been a toy line where the images on the boxes were just like artist renditions? Because I actually quite like that idea. Like, yeah, the picture on the box isn't what you get inside.
Other than movie stills and things like that, I think micro machines are probably the closest. But
NEC could do it in and out, like with a door, like a Velcro door on the front of their boxes.
Yeah.
But I'd love to see this in 3 3/4 inch. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't given it enough thought in terms of execution, because there are, I think, like lots of different ways you could probably approach this in terms of how it's made. But like the one thing I was stuck on was the for lack of a better word, the tail. I don't really know how that would be done. One of my favourite Lego sets, which I, again, parted ways with like an absolute moron, is the 2012, I believe it was released, the 2012 Gungan sub. What a cool set. And the way they did it, it was just intertwined cables. And it worked. I mean, you'd have to make it a little bit. I'm guessing you'd just use a more malleable, sort of flexible plastic for the most part. But yeah, have the tail spin, have the anchor removable at the front, have the pods for each cockpit, have those translucent. I would argue and turn around and say, yeah, release it with Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, and Jar Jar, all not in desperate need, but definitely need some form of update, be it either just photoreal applications to the figures we already have, or completely from the ground up new sculpts, which, again, talking about what you said, Dan, with Grievous, like the engineering and the articulation and the paint apps that Hasbro are capable of now, a new Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan and Jar Jar would be absolutely phenomenal. But for the purposes of just, you have, bugger it, to keep costs down, include the older versions with photoreal with the vehicle. But at the same time, I'm sure you could just do 3 brand new figures in the main line, but make sure that they are readily available when this vehicle is released.
Yeah.
But I just think it's like you said with the wheel bike, it's just weird. It's whimsy. I think at the time, like when Phantom Menace came out, some of the vehicle designs were so far removed from what we thought were Star Wars-esque. And this is definitely one of them. Like, the design of this is just so, in comparison to what we saw in the original trilogy, so modern, dare I say it. Like, the colours so vibrant, the shape and feel of it just so different and so unlike what we'd seen before. And like I said, given how important a part the vehicle plays in the film, the fact that we've had a Sith infiltrator, the fact that we've had an Naboo starfighter, the fact that we've had ammo wagons and Gungan creatures that accompanied the Gungans onto the battlefield during the Battle of Naboo, like the fact that we've had all that stuff but not this, I'm not really sure why, and I think it'd just be a great opportunity to finally get it out there. It's one of those where I've said before in previous streams, like if Hasbro are going to release something and you want it to be the best possible version that it can be, it's sometimes better to wait. Definitely the case, but to wait 25 years is a bit excessive. So let's get this out there. I think display stand is a necessity with this one. There's no other way you can display it. I just think it'd be an incredible piece. I think so, as a display piece, I think this would look incredible.
You know what I would say as well? The accessories you could include with it. So you could just have some smaller marine life to put on the display stand or around it, just to really set it off. Because I can't see it, it's going to be quite a big vehicle, but in terms of what you can add in extra wise, just be some nice little details just to really set it off.
Yeah. I'd create the display stand in a more dynamic way as well. So it's not like the one that we got with the Razor Crest or the N1, where it's just like the more, I'll say, displayable, premium feeling, like black disc with the logo. I'd say bugger it, and
like a diorama base.
Yes, I'm thinking like what we've got with the lava effects around the platform and the panning joint effect, Black Series, or the display stand we got with Chopper, where it's like a flame cloud. Do something like that where it's a little bit more wavy. It's got some sculpted textures in there, like some bubbles, some stuff like that. It doesn't have to be painted or anything like that. Translucent would be more than suffice. But yeah, like I said, sculpted water effects, shall I say? Like, I think that'd look so good.
Yeah.
And to Dan's point, bugger it, like, go balls to the wall, create the massive fucking fish that you see in the picture. We've got the OPC killer, but that in itself is dramatically underscaled. So get that out there as well. Like, I just think there's so much when it comes to world building that they're not tapping into, and I think they really need to.
Have you seen the deleted scene as well?
Yeah.
Of when it finally submerges up into Naboo at the Theed, actually.
Yeah.
And don't they use a grapple gun or something before?
Yeah, so like the waterfall's taking it away.
Yeah. Include the grapple gun as a nice little nod to that.
Yeah.
Just because, fuck it, why not?
This is it. But I just think it's one of those, like I said, I've not given it as much thought in terms of its overall execution as I maybe would do a figure, because I think vehicles, like from a bystander perspective, I'm not a toy engineer by any stretch. I'm not a toy designer. I don't know how the insides and outs of all these things work, but I just think it's one of those that it's an iconic part of that movie, and now that the prequels are aging so well and getting the love that they well and truly deserve, to be fair. And yeah, Phantom Menace is the weakest one of the bunch. Whether you agree with that statement or not is up for debate, but it's an iconic part of the movie.
Yeah.
And it, for me, a Gungan sub is as iconic as Jar Jar or Darth Maul, and it's something that I'm purely picking it just because I can't believe they didn't make one. And the fact that we got that weird little, again, going back to what you were saying with the wheel bike, we got that weird little mini rig thing.
Yeah.
Which I'm pretty sure was like pretty tricky to find, but it came with Obi-Wan, and it was like a little one-man sub, and he was like, forget what they're called, the little one-man subs where you hold onto them and like kick your back legs to push them along. It was like that sort of vehicle, but it was based on this. And it was like, really? Was that the only way that you could have got the bongo into the line? Like, there's got to be there had to be a better way. And I think that, the fact that they managed to make an N1 and you'd got like the back end of it was like, so like Dan can attest to this, having picked one up recently, but it's like the back of it is so malleable and made of a rubbery plastic, and it's a separate attachment. They could have done that with the Gungan sub. It wouldn't even have to have been that much bigger than that. For the argument of descaling it to make things affordable, like as a toy in 1999, you could have scaled it down and made it accessible, and I don't think anybody have complained. But in 2025, as part of the vintage collection, with the advancements in sculpt and paint and all that sort of stuff, I just think, like I said, just as something that stands out to me, I think that makes it an argument that's valid.
Think the fact as well that it goes with the Revenge of the Sith thing, where we've had the anniversary. We had the anniversary for Phantom Menace, and Vintage Collection did nothing for it.
Yeah.
And
this is where I know we give TVC a hard time on these streams. And again, it is all in jest.
Yeah.
That's probably why not a lot of people tune in anymore, because we've turned our backs on what made us. But, you know, it's like you said, I totally understand the frustrations of through core-inch collectors when it comes to anniversaries and stuff like that. And, you know, that Hasbro big up these celebrations of the movies and the eras and the world building and this, and then they barely scratch the surface.
Yeah.
And it's just not like the old days anymore.
It's just, I mean, again, going to the artwork, it's a celebration of fucking Doug Chan.
Absolutely.
And his team. Just the weird and wonderful designs. They're just beautiful. They're beautiful.
Yeah, they are.
And I want to own. This is the thing. I want to own it. I want to have it on display, either hung on my wall or on a display stand. But
did Micro Galaxy Squadrons do this one?
Yeah,
they did. Yeah,
thought so.
Yeah. And I was really tempted to get it, but again, it's getting your hands on them because
it was a bastard over here on it.
Well, that being said, Dan, like you said, like I think you touched on this before we finalised this stream and put it all together. But I think you mentioned about Star Action figures with Micro changing license and properties completely.
Well,
but with Star Action figures, they're starting to stock Micro Galaxy Squadron and they're getting their hands on some of the previously released stuff that was a bit of a trickier find in the UK. So shout out to Star Action if anybody's in the market for some Micro Galaxy Squadron and getting some vehicles in the collections that way. Because that's what I love about that line is that it is scaled down, it is affordable, it is accessible,
and it blends in really nicely with your 3 3/4 inch and Black Series. I feel like I've managed to incorporate it quite well. And I think many others could as well. So
it's just having that representation of all the different elements of Star Wars, isn't it? It's not just that's why I was so keen to put this wish list together, to be fair, because it's not all about the characters, it's about the other stuff as well. And like you were saying, with regards to designs and all that sort of stuff, like some of them, especially some of Doug Chang's artwork, like good God, the works of art all unto themselves, and you want them represented on your shelf and in your collection. So I think this one just speaks for itself. Like I said, I can't really attest to how I design it and manufacture it, but it needs to be made. It's a crime that we haven't had it already. So there we go. Bit of prequel love for you. James, we'll circle back to you, mate. Since we're doing it in size order, I'm hoping that, I'm guessing that we are in the medium scale territory now, given that your big ones are HasLab. And
you know which one's the HasLab, so I think we're
and
safe.
you didn't disappoint. You did pull through, and you did pick something from the Clone Wars. I love this pick because I think it's one of those that I think as soon as it appears on screen, people are going to go, "Fucking hell, yeah, forgot about that," because I know I did. Talk us through it.
Honestly, I've wanted a proper toy of the Twilight for years. I think it's probably like my favourite Star Wars ship because I just love the story and universe about how like you can listen to Dave Filoni talk about it on the commentary for the movie. Like after he crashes it on Tatooine, he says, "Oh well, we wanted to bring it back for the series, so Anakin, was he, in a very Anakin way." Had a small little attachment to the ship that he'd flown, and he goes back and rescues it and modifies it in ways so you see it for a while. And it became a good idea to have this ship during the Clone Wars that wasn't allied with the Republic or the Separatist factions, so that they could sort of slip through traffic and go to places they needed to go without all this authorization. I think it's so unique a ship. I think there's only been 3 or 4 toys of it ever. One being a paper craft model. Maybe there was a snap together Revel kit. Maybe I've never seen one, but there's just an inkling of one being there. There was a Lego set and there was a Star Wars Transformer.
Yeah, I didn't know about the Transformer until you told me.
That's
My mind
a
was
janky
blown.
ass piece of shit, let me tell you. I think it needs its heyday. Like this is a ship that needs to be built on a grand scale, that needs to include the relevant characters, and it needs to be celebrated. So it could be a HasLab, but I think regardless of how it's done, it would have to be underscaled, because if it was true scale, you'd have to fit a Delta 7 Starfighter in the back of it. So I think this would be the perfect opportunity for Star Wars to get their hands on the made-to-order section of, what Hasbro offer as a purchasable tier, however you want to. I don't know, whatever you class it as, that field of product. Because it is, to a point, a niche item, but from a popular property. So having it as a made-to-order item would take a huge chunk of risk out of the equation for Hasbro, and only the people that truly wanted it would put the money down for it. They'd cut pre-orders off after a while, and then that's it. Finite amount would be made. You've got to access the cockpit. That's a must. It's got to fold up for it to land. That's a must. Cargo bay on the back, absolutely. I think it's all doable features that we've seen across other things. It's nothing that's foreign to Hasbro whatsoever. The big thing for me is the figures. So I'm sort of moving away from including one figure, because you can't include one figure, because the only time you see one character flying this thing is a clone trooper in the episodes where Anakin loses R2.
Oh yeah,
and that would be a bit pants. So you've got to use the iconography of this ship and take its first appearance, which is the Clone Wars movie. So, and this is what I was getting at about variety of figure. So you do two choices for this. You have a purchasable option. Yeah, option A, vintage collection. Vintage collection box. As everybody knows, in keeping with the current theme of the original racetrack design, the figures I want to include: Anakin, Ahsoka, pardon me, R2-D2, and then there's a 2-1B medical droid called TB2, and it appears as a hologram in the movie, and then the same droid then appears as a physical droid later in the series. Considering the droid in build is pretty close to 2-1B anyway, I think you do the hologram version for the pack-in for the film. You do these in realistic style, on vintage cards. Go to town on the artwork. I think we're finally at a point now where the card backs for animation are of the animation, and they're not some wacky ass CGI render. That's all good. Lovely, lovely. That's your whole package, right? Ahsoka has to come with Rotter as well. I would even give Anakin the backpack filled with rocks, just to, again, variety. It's world building. It's that specific scene. And then for those with a little more taste, option B. And you throw it back. You give us that white and blue Clone Wars packaging for the box.
Oh.
But this is where you really lean into this big 3.75 endeavor that Mr. Stevie revealed yesterday. Because it's great if you want to throw another franchise in there, like they've done with Tron, and go, well, here's something that people would collect super articulated 3.75-inch figures in. Let's do that. But how about we just finish things that are proven to be successful and have criminally just been left in the dust, basically, because it's no secret that the Clone Wars line was Hasbro's most profitable. You can still find the articles from back in the day online of random ass magazines covering it because of how unheard of it was at the time. It was a stupidly profitable toy line, immensely successful. So then if you're doing the Clone Wars box for it, we don't have realistic figures and we don't have them on vintage card backs. This is where you take modern action figure technology and you make new animation accurate Clone Wars figures in the animated style on the original card backs, or a new kind of card back, as long as it resembles something from the Clone Wars in terms of iconography. It doesn't have to be the same as what's come before, because the important thing here is if it had enough interest, it would then kickstart a resurgence in an animated figure line for Star Wars. You can have your realistic vintage collection figures, but keep them in the vintage collection, and then have an animated line to get accurate representations of these characters out, super articulated, definitive, if you like, because some people might be sitting there watching thinking, well, in 2008 we got Anakin, we got Ahsoka, we've got R2-D2, so why do we need them again? They were good figures, they're animated style, but they're not animation accurate. You know, you could hold that next to the animated models and go, it doesn't actually look too much like that. So now we want them proper. Okay, we live in a day and age where this shit can be 3D printed, for crying out loud. So, lovely animated figures, lovely ship. I think there's a medium ground to be had with the ship. You don't have to do 2 different runs of it in the factory. You know, it could be real enough to pass for a realistic ship as well as an animated one. Use Mr. Stevie as an example on Instagram. When he got his Ghost and unboxed it, he displays it with his animated Rebels figures from years gone by. Doesn't look out of place. So I think this is really, something like this in concept could be a real turning point for the 3.75 collecting community, because you're not just grouping everybody into one circle with one brand being the vintage collection. And it allows those that want something more specific and want to continue a collection, like me, that they've, you know, poured their heart and soul into over the years. It gives them the opportunity to keep doing that and add to it. And then those that have been doing the same for vintage collection, or those that are just getting into it, can be offered the same. This could be a great starter set for people that, you know, have come up on Clone Wars in recent years. Maybe they binged it when we were all locked down or something like that. But finally, there's a mainstream product available again for this license. And people can choose which version they'd like to have. But I know which one I'd have. I would have the animated one. But, you know, I'm trying to think about this in a logical way where it could possibly happen. So, like you've seen with the Cantina, 2 different versions. I don't think it's too much to ask for with this. It's only the figures that are different. And it puts a whole lot of collectability in that if it's a made to order, because there's only going to be so many of these about. Just think about, like, in years to come, the different figures, the stories that it tells. We were on about that droid bait figure. That's such a little niche sort of piece of knowledge for the figure line. Maybe 20 years down the line, people could be talking, oh, can you remember that time they did that vehicle? That it was for one thing, but it was for another thing, and they did 2 different lots of figures. I mean, I might just be. I'm very tired. Please, like, tell me if I'm ranting nonsense, because you're both very quiet. But
no,
I'm just.
You've
mate,
taken the words.
When you talk and it comes across that you have put so much thought into something, it's like, I don't want to say mesmerizing, but it's just like, it's fascinating just to hear, like, what you've the thought and the effort and the passion that you've put into pitching something, because that's what I love about your picks. Every time we do one of these wish lists, and I always say it, and it's because you give it genuine thought. I'm there, like, and I'm pretty sure Dan does as well. We're like, oh, it looks cool.
It's the point when you said
everything's like a piece of your journey. Do you know what I mean?
This is my Kyle Katarn. I haven't got one particular character that. Well, I mean, I have got a favorite character, Captain Rex is my favourite character, but he's done to death because he's a main media popular character at the end of the day. But the passion that you poured out for your Black Series Kyle Katarn is like the passion that I have for the Clone Wars as a property and a show, because of the meaning that it has, like, to me and to my life and to growing up.
Yeah.
Like, without the Clone Wars being a thing, I don't necessarily know as I'd be a Star Wars fan. I know I'd certainly be worse off mentally. Like, the amount of times that it's just saved me from a fucking bad day. I mean, you guys know this. And I like the vintage collection. It's good. It's underserved currently. We know this. We are just taking the piss and having a joke. It's just raw British humour at the end of the day when we're ragging on it.
This is the thing, isn't it? It's just in our nature that when we're upset about something, we take the piss out of it.
Yeah.
But I have to say, it gets boring. We get it. It's retro. It makes all the people that grew up in the 70s feel warm and fuzzy, just the same as me buying Clone Wars stuff. Makes me feel the same, right? But it doesn't mean it has to dominate everything. There can be options. There can be variety in the card backs, the artwork on the boxes.
This is the main thing. I mean, I wanted to mention it when you were talking about the approach to how you release the figures with the Twilight, but I didn't want to interrupt because you were on a roll. But like you said, there's a way of doing that, and I think that the issue that I have with vintage collection as it is as a line now is that people aren't. It's gone beyond that. People say TVC is not getting the representation that it deserves as a line, as a scale. But I feel like 3 3/4 inch is confined by these restraints of being the vintage collection. It's like if it wasn't the vintage collection, if it was when the Mandalorian movie comes out, a 3.75 inch line of Mandalorian movie figures, if when the Bad Batch came out, it was a 3.7 inch line of Bad Batch figures, if when the Book of Boba Fett, you see where I'm going with it?
Yeah.
That's what's disappeared from 3 3/4 inch for me, is that it's not representative of what is in the Star Wars zeitgeist. And I get there's a number of characters and figures that we still need from the OT, the PT, in more modern times, the sequel trilogy. But at this stage, I feel like the nostalgia is supposed to be there for the scale, but it's been limited by and it sounds stupid, but it's limited by the packaging that it's released in.
Yes.
Let me just say as well,
and
the main criticisms the main criticisms we see for the vintage collection are not we haven't got this character full stop. We've got a version of this character and have received maybe 1 or 2 over the last almost 50 years, but we want a modern one because it's not good enough. Be grateful you've got the character all together, because the Clone Wars figures, as much as they ran concurrently with the first 5 seasons of the show, the figures themselves only really cover the first 3 seasons at best.
Yeah.
All right.
Very,
imagine when it was fucking cancelled back in 2013. Take into perspective the final wave of figures was put out, and it's not even a very good wave, but they are worth a fuck ton of money because they killed that line and they did it good. But think about, oh man, I mean, it's ended and we haven't got all these figures from the show that's already come out. Season 6 comes out. Oh shit, there's a season of stuff we're not getting figures from. That's a shame. Fucking hell. Jump forward, 7 or 8 years? They finish it with season 7 and it spins off into the Bad Batch and you've got all these other animated properties. we're constantly getting material for a toy line that died in 2013.
Mm.
And it didn't die because it underperformed or because it peg warmed. It died because it was at a point in time where it was popular not to sell the toys if there wasn't a show on the air to support them, because people thought kids won't buy them if they're not watching it.
Yeah.
There was a DC toy line that did the same. Fucking hell. It's a tale as old as time. So imagine being a fucking vintage a TVC collector right now, and you've had you've had special editions, you've had all the expanded universe centered around the original trilogy, but it stopped in '78, or it stopped in the '80s with Return of the Jedi, or wherever it was. The last? Whichever ones came with the fucking coins, that last number, that was your last morsel. That's all you had. No, like
the last 17.
That was it.
17. Yeah.
Imagine that's all you fucking had, because from a Clone Wars fan's perspective, that's where we're sitting.
Yeah,
and it's bollocks.
That is a really, really good comparison, actually.
It is. It's just shit, man. And this is why, when you guys do the Geonosis stream, I don't see any sense in me being on it, because I had my disagreements with the gunship HasLab anyway, but I physically haven't got any passion to put into trying to come up with figures that I would buy that would go with a gunship or from Geonosis in a realistic style. Like, I would do my thing and work the Clone Wars into it, and I'd use Landing at Point Rain and the subsequent episodes it's the second battle of Geonosis, so technically it fucking counts, but I've got them all. I've got them all animated. Any of the realistic Clone Wars stuff that's come out in TVC, the only ones that I've got are the ones that haven't appeared in the Clone Wars line over the years, because it's just better to me. I don't need to see it in the same scale or where it represents the live action version of the character, or it looks like what a live action version could be, because there's a proper way to do it. If let's say, for how many original trilogy characters have appeared in animation, what if they turned around and only made them an animation and not a realistic version? Shoes on the other foot, then. Fucking hell, we'd never hear the end of that, would we? Just a bit of give and take, man. A bit of consideration. There's always someone else worse off. So the next time you want to sit there and say you haven't had an Anakin in fucking 20 years, or you want a new one because Black Series have got one, well, guess what? I'm still fucking waiting for a 332nd clone that's animated. I'm still waiting for Cutler Quain. I'm still waiting for fucking... Jesus, how much time have we got, boys?
D Squadron.
Well, we're at 3 hours already, mate.
Fucking D Squad, Gregor. We've not. I mean, Hot Toys, balls on them for doing a Gregor before anybody else. But I'm still waiting for Gregor. Fucking Mold exists and animated. Never had one though.
Well, all very fair points. I think Dan's busting foot loose. So to conclude,
a little bit.
Yeah,
boy was cooking, and I was in.
That would very much help me too.
Just to wrap on the Twilight.
Yes.
Going back to the premise of the stream. So, made to order, a concept that's pretty alien to Star Wars. If it's made to order and it is put out in such limited quantities, like what sort of scale are we looking at size-wise in comparison to stuff we've already got, and price point? Like, surely something so limited is going to run up a pretty hefty premium.
A couple £100, I think, would be fair. I think a 12-inch Marvel Legend is teetering on 200. In fact, I think the Apocalypse from X-Men '97 that was shown yesterday is 220, 230 thereabouts for a 12-inch figure. So I think the price for that, and in regards to scale, I can only use as an example what I've got in front of me. So for anyone that's got the Boba Fett throne room playset, a decent, maybe that as the actual body of the ship with a wing attached to it, something like that. I can't, because it's a funny shape. You know, it's like it's a big cube with an arm and a leg. So, but it'd have to be underscaled. The interior, I mean, the window on the front, the character's practically, you can see the character in that. It's massive. It's a fucking huge fucking freighter class ship. So you just have to have panels that you take off, and the interior would have to be bigger than it would be in universe. There's no way of getting around that. I think, given the track record of big vehicles, they'd piss it.
Yeah.
And speaking of pissing things, segue.
Shall we dive into a break? So I am a bit conscious of time, but we'll throw it to a quick 5-minute break. If I can figure out how to get the bloody intermission in, thanks to StreamYard's fantastic new interface. So do bear with. But we'll mute our mics. We'll have a 5-minute piss break, and then we'll come back refreshed and run through our final few picks. So just bear with me while I find the intermission loading screen, and then we'll mute and we'll regroup. There it is. We've got it. There
Bless you, my son.
That's been a bit, guys.
Oh, much better.
Good timing. Good timing.
And you know what? It gave me
I
a
hope-
chance to pick something off my shelf.
Ooh, tasty. Look forward to that. So yeah, we'll resume our picks. And Dan, we will move on to you, my friend. So,
Oh, don't show the pic just yet,
okay.
because I can show you it physically.
Oh my god, not again.
You've seen this one before. If you watched our side quest stream.
Yeah.
Oh, just so you can see
There it is.
how cool this would look in 3 3/4 inches. Oh, baby. It's that's a gunship.
That is a gunship.
That is a gunship. It's the LAAT. Hold on, LE. She go on, wab her up. She is beauty. She is grace. This was a vehicle when it was shown on the Clone Wars that I didn't really vibe with, and I don't know why. Might have been because of the color scheme, because they're very like police officery, aren't they? They're in that blue. But as time's gone on, it's really freaking grown on me. I don't know if it's just because a certain blue boy uses them in Rebels and Ahsoka, but you know what? I think this would be an awesome vehicle. Now, I do believe it would be on the larger side because I would like to see it fit the troopers that it does. Because you've got the cockpit, which actually has, it's like a 2-tiered system. You've got one at the top and one at the bottom, of which be interesting to see how Hasbro would tackle that and how big it would actually be. But I think they could do it. I think they could do the job.
This would probably still be in the realm of like sort of mid-scale vehicle, to be fair, because I mean, you'd have to probably zoom in and squint a little bit to see, but I'm pretty sure there is a pilot in there, or a couple of pilots in there, and they're not. It's not a massive ship, you know. Like you said, it is a 2-person cockpit and it is tiered, but it's not massive. It's still pretty compact. It's still pretty small in scale. If I'm not mistaken, and James will be able to drop some intel on this, but I'm pretty sure they appear in Jedi Fallen Order. As well.
Yes, yes, they do. Yeah, no, Jedi Survivor.
Oh, Jedi Survivor.
Yeah, Jedi Survivor.
And I think in terms of like the space, what would be the equivalent in a Republic gunship where you've got the troop section? What would be the equivalent on this is where, with the image you've got on screen, you've got the little Imperial cog emblem. That panel opens up, and then you've got an area there to store prisoners.
The panel, if you want to wab me up, it actually flips up. So you can have the guys, and this is what I would do on mine. It would actually come with a display stand similar to this, but have the string so you can have the guys kind of going down on that, so you can actually really have some awesome display with it.
So it would only have to be a fraction of the size of the actual Republic gunship then, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Now, not only that, an interesting point, something I didn't notice, in Ahsoka they use, not the New Republic uses them. You know, when they're on Corellia, I didn't notice it, but when they're on Corellia and they're taking in the Imperials, they've got some of them landed. And it got me thinking, why not do a similar thing to the current HasLab gunship, where you've got the interchangeable panel to have it Imperial or New Republic. And then you've also got the open option of repaints if you want to do it as the Clone Wars.
I was just going to say, not to dive into this too much, but after I had a wee, because I'm a hygienic person, I had a quick look on Instagram, and G.I. Joe fans are not very happy because the HISS tank, which was a HasLab 3 years ago, has just been repainted into an Arctic one. I don't think it's a HasLab. I think it's a normal bare bones release, but it's a HasLab repainted, nevertheless. So it's not off the table.
And that's going to swing me quite nicely into my next pick, but we'll get to that shortly.
Ooh.
So yeah, this is the thing. They've got the sculpts. Why are they going to sit there and think, no, we're not going to do any more of that? I guarantee you they're going to do that. And this is just me having a little side tangent. Sorry, guys. They're going to do that gunship in the shark colours. They're going to do it.
And that's when I will buy one.
And that's when I will buy one. When it's a little bit
I
discounted.
still won't buy one.
No, that's when I will buy one because I'm the idiot who chopped his in half.
Oh yeah, I remember
that. But
what a thug. And then he bought a second one for a tenner from Argos and repainted it. What a tit.
Just on to the main topic, with that little deviation, because this would be a better gunship.
It's like you said, Dan. It's multifaceted because you can use it in a multitude of displays. You can put it in your Clone Wars display. You can put it in your Rebels display. You can display it with Cal Kestis and some Stormtroopers. Put it in your Jedi Fallen Order. Jedi Survivor display.
You could load it with whatever trooper you want. You can get some night troopers in it. I would also, just to add a little note, would include the flashlight. I'd actually include a light at the bottom.
Oh yeah,
they do have the little searchlight.
Yeah, that'd
underneath
be cool.
there. So include that as well. Yeah, I think that'd be pretty funky. I just love the design of it. It's a bit like a TIE fighter.
Yeah,
but it's unique enough to stand on its own legs.
It's quite intimidating as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
in a weird way.
It's not like a gun.
If you've got that with a floodlight shining in your face, you're going to be like, "Oh, bloody hell, I'm in trouble."
It's hella more tactical than the Republic gunship. It's a bit more, we need to get troops in and out as fast as possible.
Yeah.
This is the one you're going to pick.
It's like the Imperial troop transport, but with wings.
Yeah. And I mean, not just if you're going to display we've spoken about clone troopers and stormtroopers and things that you could put in this. But for those of you out there who are Rebels fans, Kanan, recreate that morbid scene, admittedly, but you've got that option there. Grand Inquisitor.
Admiral Pride. Is it Admiral Pride?
Yeah.
Pride?
You know what? I hadn't even really thought of figures to include with it, but Pride, Wabber in there, and some troopers.
Yeah. To be fair, I think
Governor Price you're on about.
Governor Price, that's it, not Pride.
Price, yeah.
I'm thinking it's sequel trilogy.
Who I've got just there in mind.
I think I think it'd be pretty acceptable to just stick a couple of pilots in there, to be fair, though, wouldn't it? That's all you need.
But that's the thing, there's so much you could add to it.
Put one card and one loose.
There we go.
Just to wind up the piece.
I would really like one of those. Particularly the police colours from Clone Wars, for obvious reasons.
Lego did one. Lego did it.
They did.
Lego did.
The amount of years I kicked myself for not buying that for 50 quid from fucking Toys R Us when I had every chance.
I know, I wish I'd got one as well. I remember seeing it in Lego store and thinking, that's cool. I'll leave it there. I'm never getting it. But I think I'm in agreement with you, Dan, though, about colour scheme. I think the Imperial, like the grey and the black, I think it's just because of those elements of the TIE fighter that's in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the grey and the black lends itself so well to its design.
It's how it's gone from being a police vehicle to completely military. Like, yeah, fascism.
Yep.
Fascism plastered on it. Yeah. I like it.
To that point that you raised about doing it in a New Republic deco as well, though, I love that in-universe thing of like recycling vehicles.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the New Republic all over as well when you think about it.
Yeah. Just changing the affiliation up a little bit. And I love it. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's like the idea of the Republic having the Y wings, and then the Rebel Alliance just stripping them down.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah,
so cool, so good.
But now I think there's
I'd
not
love to
really
see
much.
I think that's probably one of the better. Not to disparage anybody else like myself or James for their picks, but I think that's probably one of my favourite picks of the bunch that we've put together, purely because you've been able to show a physical interpretation of what it could be.
Yeah.
So it's easier to envision it as a toy. Like, just upscale that.
Just get it bigger.
Minimal features, but it's still like ultimate displayability. I'm here for it, mate.
Yeah, boy. I like it. I like it.
Well, my next pick is something we've already seen before. And Dan has a physical copy as well that he can showcase if he's got it to hand. But I want this. It's fitting given the recent release of a certain Chad. And I'm not talking about...
shit, I ain't got it. Hold on. I'll get him.
I'm not talking about the one that I gushed over about 3 hours ago. I'm talking about a certain muscle-bound armored boy from Shadows of the Empire. My pick is the Outrider, Dash Rendar's vehicle, but I would do this. It doesn't have to be a HasLab. Scale-wise, I'd want it to be a hell of a lot bigger than the Outrider that we got in '96 as part of the Power of the Force line, which Dan very kindly has to hand. Look at the
put my stickers on it now as well, finally.
But it's a tiddler. This is a vehicle that's pretty much not far behind in size to the Millennium Falcon. And look at the size of the actual toy that we got. A little one-man cockpit. It's like it's like Starfighter sized. So I would love to see this done in a similar sort of scale to the big Millennium Falcon, which wasn't a HasLab when that was released back in 2008, and even saw a re-release a couple of years ago as part of the Galaxy's Edge portion of the vintage collection with like revisited lights and sounds. So Hasbro are capable of putting lights and sounds into their vehicles because they repurposed the Millennium Falcon for Galaxy's Edge and put in all the ride lights and sounds. So they can do it. I'm not necessarily saying that this would need lights and sounds. It would be incredible to get lines from Shadows of the Empire put into this with Dash Rendar and Lebo and all that sort of stuff. On that note, figure-wise, do it the same way as the big Millennium Falcon where you had Han and Chewie, put Dash and Lebo in there. It's an opportunity to get them into the vintage collection, which has been needed for a while. But yeah, just in terms of scale, in terms of size and overall execution, do it very, very similar to the big Millennium Falcon where you've got the panels that pop off to expose the interior. Everything about this is very, very similar. It's sort of a reconfiguration of the Millennium Falcon. So you've still got in there the Dejaric board. You've got the smuggler panels. You've got the control. What's it called? Not the control panel. The little area where Han sits in A New Hope when training.
Yeah.
Like I said, the original version of the Outrider. You could only fit Dash in the cockpit and you had to lay him down to get him in there, make it a 2-seater. I saw a really, really cool, not a 3D print, but like a 3D visualization of this online while I was looking for an image for the deck. And someone's envisioned what I always thought was just like the fuselage at the back of the cockpit. So where you see the sort of like the pipe that extends from the back of the cockpit, which would be the walkway to get into the cockpit itself. At the back is a panel where the escape pod, there's an escape pod that comes out, and that's a feature that the big Millennium Falcon had. On the side, you had the escape pod that came out. Put one on this. Just do it in the same, make everything about this a copy and paste of the big Millennium Falcon, but reconfigure it. There's an argument to be made that maybe it's not different enough, but I just think it'd be so cool, and I think it'd just be, you know, for every vintage collector who absolutely hit the ceiling when Black got a Prince Shizor and Dash Rendar figure, and it's been 20 plus years since we've had 30 years since we had a Dash Rendar and Prince Shizor figure in the 3 3/4 inch line. This just says, well, look, we've listened to you, and we know that you said that you wanted 3 3/4 inch versions of these characters. We've done you one better. We've given you the fucking vehicle as well, and I think it'd slap in 3 3/4 inch.
You know what else as well, Steve? Who this would cater for? It's not just Shadows of the Empire fans.
Oh no!
You could do a bit of Star Wars Rebels in there as well.
Yeah, because it was in there, wasn't it?
You've got, you know, it's not 100%, but you can follow the back of what James has done. It is, and it's is it Iron Squadron?
Iron Squadron, yeah.
Yeah, have them.
Try and think of the name now. The main guy.
It did come up, like I said, when I was putting the images together for the deck. The Rebels version came up, and I was like, "There we go, multifaceted once again."
Yeah,
appeals to. I think it's one of those vehicles where it's like it's pretty synonymous with Shadows.
100%. Yeah,
I don't think there's I mean, I'd completely forgot that it was in Rebels. So,
I'll be honest. Yeah. I'd only buy it if it had something Rebels in it. I don't think I'd buy it because it featured in Rebels. I think it's iconic in its own right, as you've said, from Shadows.
Yeah.
But yeah, just like it speaks for itself. Like I said, it in terms of execution, it just needs to be everything that the Legacy Collection Falcon was. I'm not asking for anything groundbreaking here. It's literally just the big Millennium Falcon, but a different shape.
Yeah,
that's all it needs to be. And with
nice.
It includes two really cool figures. Like I said, get Dash and Lebo in there because I think I'm hoping and praying that with the start of a Shadows of the Empire Sublime Black series that we're going to get a Lebo figure at some point.
Yeah, Lebo needs to be done.
I would love to see it in vintage as well. 3 3/4 inch continuation of that line that started in the 90s. Bring it on. I'm here for that. So yeah, like I said, it doesn't need much more than that. It is purely just a reconfiguration of the Falcon, but it's an iconic ship. It's one that's in vast need of an update. There's a market there for it. Have at it, Hasbro. Let's see what you're made of. Not much more I can really say, and there's not much more I really want to say because I'm nodding off. We need to start doing these early again. Let us roll into your final pick, James.
Get into the big boys.
As we are diving into the realm of, I will preface this by saying Dan and James are the only ones that have picked a vehicle that is HasLab worthy.
Buckaroos.
You could argue that the Outriders HasLab worthy just because the Falcon was so big, but the proof's in the pudding that the Falcon wasn't a HasLab when it was released. It wasn't a HasLab when it was re-released, so it doesn't need to be one again. And that's the point I'm going to make with all of my picks. But Dan and James have put forward a couple of HasLab choices. And James, yours makes so much sense because I think if it wasn't the gunship, this is what everybody was saying. Yeah, the next HasLab needs to be this.
This is what it should have been.
It is, in keeping with current media, Bosch.
The Havoc Marauder from the Bad Batch. Because it's fucking cool, man. HasLab is for dream projects, right? How many fucking gunships have we had over the years? I'm not retreading that ground, but I'm just saying. There's never really been a Havoc Marauder other than Lego and Micro Galaxy. It's a relatively new ship, but it's very well. Actually, it is and it isn't because technically it's been around for 10 years. Because it's 10 years this year since they released the animatics, the unfinished animatics at Celebration.
Christ, is that 10 years already?
2015 they came out, mate. Yeah,
that is mental.
Because they had to. Small tangent. You know that guy that robbed your video from Toys R Us in 2008?
Yeah.
He put some stupid fucking video up reviewing an AI fucking finished animatic from the Crystal Crisis thing, calling it a deleted scene. So I had to fucking put him in his place. So I made sure my information was accurate for that. That's how I know. There we are. Right. This is what we should have got, not the gunship, in my opinion, because it's such a unique vehicle. And again, it's current media. It would have sold a hell of a lot better, I think, because Hunter came out in the vintage collection, and it's now taken a couple of years, has it, for another member of Clone Force 99 who've just got crosshair. Now, I actually went and bought them the other week just because, well, partially because I wanted, you get that itch, you want to spend some money, you want to buy a toy, you want to treat yourself, but fuck all buy. I'm like, I don't need to buy these, but I kind of want to play with them. So I bought them, and they're actually very nice. And it's pretty apparent at the minute that we're going to get the rest of the Bad Batch in the season 1 outfits. Yeah, probably. I don't actually think there's any plans for Echo. He's not on the rumour list as far as I'm aware. So there's just Wrecker and Tech that are more or less dead certs for TVC. So you do the Havoc Marauder. That's your base offering. Now, we've spoken about figures for tiers. There are going to be a couple of those. This is why I said I might look like a hypocrite. But they're not the main characters you need for the ship. They are included as a base offering. So you get your ship like the Ghost. This is the home to these characters after they've broken away from the Empire, the once great Republic that they fought for. They've had enough of that. Ship's the home. It's all they've got. And we see it throughout the series, it slowly deteriorates. And then unfortunately, it goes the way of the Razor Crest and gets blown to bits. So you could say it's fitting to be a Haslar, but just on that regard. So you figures, you get the whole Bad Batch with this in the Season 2 outfits. If you'd like to put the picture on Steve, there we go.
Step ahead here, mate.
And then you also get Gonki as well, because he belongs on the Havoc Marauder. He's part of it. And I think it's important that he is included. And he gets noticed for once, because, I mean, I'd like a Gonk droid in the Black Series, but I would like Gonki specifically, because you could argue it's more of a character profile than just a regular droid. You include Season 2 Omega with the Bad Batch, because that's the more interesting version of it, arguably. I think the Black Series figure is much better than the Season 1 version. And I think it just fits the show and the tone of it more, having these versions with the ship, because it's when they step into their own sort of path and find out where their place in the galaxy is, all encompassing in one package. I think is how it ought to be. And then we get to I don't give a shit what number you have to get to for the tiers. Just pretend it's wherever Hasbro have made up to try and get more money out of people. But the whole point in having tiers is you make them desirable, right? So you want an item that's going to back relatively quickly, so you can get to them tiers. And I think the ship's very popular. The Bad Batch are very popular. I think if this is what came out at the time of the gunship, then it would have satisfied a lot of people, because they know categorically the tooling library was already open for the Bad Batch to come out, no questions asked. But this is the only way you can get those particular versions, okay? Your first tier is Batcher. So you're going to get a beast with it, which is a bit more than just a normal figure. It'd be a unique sculpt. I think it was a relevant enough part of Season 3, this character, to be included as one of the members, if you will. Because it's also something that I don't think Hasbro would release otherwise. You wouldn't get it in the main line. And then you get, is it AP5? Am I remembering that right? It's been a very long day and I'm very fucking tired.
Easy.
AZ, that's it. Who's AP5 then? Fuck me.
The singing droid from Rebels. It's not often I have to correct you, mate, so you must be knackered.
Right. I've been up since fucking 10 to 5. Yeah. So
I'll
you
keep
get
mine
AZ.
short and sweet then.
Again, another important character, a very annoying character for many, but you know, it's something unique. It's something you wouldn't get outside of this campaign, and it's just something that's, it's not your run-of-the-mill figure. It's unique. You get a little flight stand poking his bum because he done a stand-up. And then I did, when I put this in the chat to you guys, I just had them two be the tiers because I couldn't actually think of a third one. But I think I would make a season 1 version of Omega the third tier. So it's the final tier, and it doesn't come in the way of 2 more important characters, in my opinion, being unlocked. But then those that do want a full, complete season 1 set would push for that to get unlocked. If it didn't, then it speaks for itself, doesn't it? Not that many people want it, because I don't think with how it performed in the Black Series, I don't think they'd release that in Vintage. Just me personally.
Yeah, no, that's a fair assessment.
But again, that's your Vintage collection pack. ASLab, wherever, fuck it. It would have backed in like a weekend or a week at most, and we'd be sitting here really happy about it, and I'd be fucking getting out of my mind wondering where I was going to put one. But yeah, another parallel world. Tying back into the animated side of things that I brought up with the Twilight, this is where it once again serves both sides of collectors, because you do the season 2 versions, and we've just talked about version A, you offer version B, exactly the same, figures are different kind of card back wherever you like. Maybe it's like Hunter's fucking helmet or something. They like helmets, don't they, for card backs? Anyway, completely new, animated, accurate sculpts for the Bad Batch. Same figures, same tiers. So if you've backed version B, the animated unlocks are what you get when overall it hits that number. So it's, it works like the Cantina again. You get the season 2 versions, which then, if this, in my fucking grand existence of hypothetics, kickstarts a new animated line, that then gives confidence for people to buy into it, because it more or less means the tooling is there to get a Clone Force 99 version of the Bad Batch in the main line. So Vintage Collection have already had that. That tooling's getting used for the season 2 versions, and then it works in reverse for this animated line. That's about it, really. Interior, what you'd expect. I think it's the body of the ship's sizable enough to where it could be a good scale, so that it is true and you can fit everything you need in there. Control panels in the middle where the guys would sit. 2 seats for pilots, and then the area in the back for the tail gun. And you can have it like the pieces to make it like Omega's room, as they dub it for the first season, when they're trying to make it feel at home.
That'd be my only requirement for the interior, mate. That's all I want.
Little plug that goes into Gonki for that scene when at the end of season 1 when they're trying to escape Tantis. Key little things included. You get Lula as well, putting on the chair.
Yeah.
I think it'd work perfectly. The wings would be massive. I mean, it would need a stand. It's the only thing I really didn't consider. But I think it'd be a right spectacle. It's unique enough in design. We've never really had anything like it. I suppose we had the attack shuttle for the Clone Wars line, and it's mildly based, it's a mildly modified version, but and just to get this on the internet to educate people in the Vintage Collection community, the gunship did not need to come with the panel with sexy Padme on, alright? It was never on a gunship.
Try telling that to Dan. He loves a bit of Perky Padme.
But for fans of the original animatics, I did think that maybe you would include. It was just an idea. I didn't plan it into the tiers or how it would be factored into the offering, but I just thought it'd be cool. You get the interchangeable panel with that artwork on. And maybe as a little bonus, if you remember from the animatics, the portraits for the Bad Batch were all very physically different. And then they redesigned them when they did season 7 of the Clone Wars, so you could include like the original conceptual designs for the heads. Just a thought, but not essential. There you go. I've had enough of fucking talking. That's, how do the lads on Monday Night Figure Ball do this?
I was just about to say, I think this is closest we've ever come to closing in on a 4-hour stream.
Yeah.
Well, for the three of us anyway. Me and Dan did 6 hours building R2D2 once, but that's...
Oh, shit, yeah, we did,
That's
didn't we?
during the day, though, wasn't it? I mean,
I don't even know how we managed that, to be fair. Fucking hell, but no, I'm starting to flag. But at the same time, solid choice. I think it's absolute. To me, it's criminal that this wasn't the HasLab, to be fair. I get it for the whole Battle of Geonosis theme and what they're trying to accomplish with doing HasLabs and thematic tie-ins the following year and all that sort of stuff. You do you, Hasbro, but I think this is what...
the thing, Steve. We know they don't bloody promise to support what they come out with anyway.
So you might as well just do it
the fact that there you go, everything's in the pack for you. Done. See you later.
I think that'd be a better model as well. In terms of putting it out. I mean, like you said, I think for this, if they'd have said, yep, we're doing the Havoc Marauder, those that were getting so irate that the Bad Batch crew wasn't getting finished off would be like, right, well, I'm backing that because that guarantees that I'm going to get those figures that I've been waiting 3-4 years for. So
it's funny that you mentioned that because that new Tron Kickstarter, which I know for a fact that's not going to back. I will eat my fucking hat if that backs. But there's no backing tiers for that, is there?
I have no idea. I don't even, mate, when you sent me the picture of it, I didn't even know what it was.
Yeah.
So
just 10,000 backers in the required time.
No, I mean the actual thing itself. I was like, is that a display stand?
Yeah, display stand, 2 bikes, and 5 figures.
It looked naff.
And the display stand lights up.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, look at that.
So they can do it.
They can do it. Fucking
shocking.
Jack-offs. But yeah, it's just a thing that they do seem to be going with certain branding. So why not Star Wars?
Absolutely.
Because they can milk.
I'm going to change the running order a little bit, and I'm going to go next because Dan, I feel like yours is main event worthy.
Mate, please do.
Mine would have been a nice little full circle moment given a certain figures announcement at New York Comic Con, but I just feel like there's a lot more girth to yours. So I'm going to get mine out of the way and done with because there's not a great deal to say about it, to be fair. It's just a ship that I want, but it is the Moldy Crow from the Jedi Knight video game series. Now, I think I believe it was Collector Curve 93, a little bit of a curveball with this one. Because I'd mentioned that one of my picks was ultimately going to tie into the release of Kyle Katarn at New York Comic Con. But I think in his head, he thought I was going to go for the Raven's Claw, which is the vehicle that Jan and Kyle use in the Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy games. Now, to the more casual fan, the Raven's Claw is probably more recognizable. I feel like the Moldy Crow is a bit more of a deep cut. It's definitely an expanded universe deep cut. I think it was only ever seen in Dark Forces 2. I might be wrong on that one.
It was in Dark Forces as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
I was just about to say I had a feeling that it might have been just because Jan's in that game as well, but I didn't know how prevalent it was. I'm guessing in Dark Forces it's just got the same job of just dropping Kyle off.
Literally, that's all it does. It's there, and you're like, that's the Moldy Crow.
Yeah. So you obviously get to see a little bit more of it in Dark Forces 2, just thanks to those live action cutscenes with the most hideous CGI renders you've ever seen. But yeah, it's Jan's ship more than Kyle's. I think Jan, Kyle just uses it as a mode of transportation to get from mission to mission. The one thing that always baffled me about it, and I'm guessing that there's some sort of panel or screen inside the cockpit, but there's no window at the front. That's always been a weird design choice to me. But at the same time, it's a Moldy Crow, so it's got to have a beak, and there it is. But yeah, I'd do this in it. It doesn't need to be massive. You can descale it if you need to. But have a couple of removable panels. I believe the only interior shots you ever see of the Moldy Crow in the game, at least in Dark Forces 2, are the medical bay when Kyle is injured on Nar Shaddaa, and he's Jan puts him in the medical bay and he has a little bit of recovery time before he shoots off to his next mission, and he has his little vision of Kuran before he wakes up and heads off to Sulon for his next mission. Again, some of you who don't know what I'm talking about will be like, "What the hell is this guy rambling about?" But be that as it may, it's Kyle and Jan's ship, so naturally Kyle and Jan would need to make their return to 3 3/4 inch scale. In Jan's case, her debut. I'm not going to go into all the details about the figures. We don't need to know. We know what a 3 3/4 inch Kyle Katarn figure would look like. This is all about the vehicle. But yeah, landing. It doesn't need a display stand relay. Landing gear. Like I said, removable opening cockpit, enough room for 2 figures, medical bay at the back. That's all I really need or want from this ship. And then just a great paint job, really nice weathering on the outside. Yeah. All the sculpted panels, details, all that sort of stuff. I don't believe the wings are hinged or come down or up or anything like that. It's just it is as it is, as seen. So yeah. I just thought that'd be a nice little way to put a nice little bow on a nice little weekend of reveals. What with Kyle coming to the Black Series, and it's like I said, I knew that my picks were expanded universe heavy, and I thought, well, if I'm going to lean into that aspect of the Star Wars universe, might as well go balls to the wall and tell you all what I really, really want. So
absolutely.
There it is. There's the Moldy Crow. So if you really, really want to get deep with it, figure-wise, put an AT-88 in there as well with his little data disc. I'd fucking love to see a figure of that. But yeah, it just polishes off my love for the video game that started me off on this 30+ year Star Wars journey. So there we go. That's mine. And it doesn't have to be a HasLab. It can just be a regular release.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like it would, it would fit within the normal line of vehicles that they tend to do, because it doesn't look that big.
It's not massive.
Nah.
It's not huge.
It reminds me of one of them toys that would have like a launching speeder bike back in the day or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've ever seen it, unless it was in them cutscenes, and I can't fucking remember from when I watched it.
Yeah, it is in the cutscenes. You see it.
It's pretty damn cool.
Yeah, you see it a couple of times. Jan uses it to take out a TIE bomber pretty early on in the game, and then, like I said, it is just basically the mode of transport to each Kyle's missions. Really, Jan just drops him off at each one. I could have gone really deep cut with it and picked Mara Jade's ship from Mysteries of the Sith, the expansion pack to Dark Forces 2, because that's a weird design as well. That's one for the next vehicles wish list when we do a second version of this. But yeah, I just love it. It's such a janky ship. It just ties so well into that used universe feel, because it just looks so run down and battered. whereas the Raven's Claw is quite a bit more up to date. It's a bit more prequel-esque in its design. But no, the Moldy Crow this screams Kyle and Jan to me, and that's what I'd want to see represented in my collection. So there we go. Moving on to our final pick, and as we close in on 4 fucking hours of toy talk.
Well, this one could turn into an extra hour. No, I'm not. I'm
mate,
not
you know what?
into a history.
I'm absolutely knackered, and if I fall asleep, I apologise. But I'm looking forward to this, because this is, again, what we were talking about with these streams when we approach different aspects of Star Wars. We all have different facets of the galaxy that we are connected to in more ways than others. This to me is great because it's another one of those learning opportunities, because you've pitched a HasLab. I'm familiar with the vehicle. I don't know who pilots it. I don't know what role it plays in the game. I don't know the majority of the characters that you've picked to pair with this. I am really looking forward to the history lesson, mate, because I haven't got a fucking clue about half of them. So, Daniel East 1000, the floor is yours, mate. Wrap us up with your HasLab, which is...
I've gone for the Ebon Hawk. Now, just to preface this really quickly, I've only really recently played Knights of the Old Republic. It was in the past year, and subsequently Knights of the Old Republic 2. Knights of the Old Republic 2 will become an important factor to this HasLab, but we'll get to that hopefully shortly. I think the Ebon Hawk is the weirdest looking ship. It's like there's no symmetry to it. A lot of vehicles in Star Wars have a lot of symmetry, and this just doesn't. It is a blocky.
I'm so glad that you said that, because when I was pulling the images for the deck, I was like, I need to be really careful here, because I don't know what the front is and what the back is.
You're absolutely right. It is a weird looking ship. And it's in terms of it being, it's not a gunship. It's not a really deep into battle kind of ship. It is literally a hauler. It's a big, dirty hauler. And it's a home at the end of the day. And it's kind of similar to what James said about the fuck, my brain's gone. Havoc Marauder, thank you. It is where you create a family, essentially. So, a bit of a spoiler alert. You play as Darth Revan. It comes to light about midway through the game, or a little bit over midway through the game, that you've been the villain all along. The Jedi have wiped your mind, and you've gone on this journey of discovery that this is who you are. And in a sense of that, you meet characters that make you realize this and have very similar backgrounds, but also from different backgrounds. So my Ebon Hawk is a home for these characters, for this cast of characters. And when you play the game, the Ebon Hawk is the place that you go to pick where you're going to next, to interact with the characters that you've picked up along the way. All the characters have their own individual space in the Ebon Hawk, and you can go to them, you can talk to them, you can have full-blown conversations with them. You can be a cunt to them, you can be nice to them. It all dictates. It's the beautiful thing about Knights of the Old Republic is it all is reliant on you and how you play the game. If you want to play as a nice guy, you can be the nice guy. If you want to be the Sith Lord, you can be. And it impacts these characters in a very different way in this space where they all come together. I mean, you can even kill some of the characters as well. So first and foremost, the Ebon Hawk would come in its base backing tier just to get it made. it would come with Karfanasi. Now, Karf is essentially, it's going to be hard to point him out, but he's next to the blue Twi'lek. He's not the Wookiee. He's the Chad-looking guy. Now, to begin with, this character really fucking pissed me off when I played the game because he just didn't want to tell me anything about himself. He's very stonewalled. He's a bit of a wisecracker as well. But the more you get to know him, the more you learn about him. You learn that he has a family, he has a wife, he has a kid that has gone to the Sith Academy. And that's a big, oh, fuck, this is why this guy's so stony-faced and so focused on what he's doing. So you escape the ship onto Taris with him, and he accompanies you to begin with. He's the first person you... You're not wrong, he is a cunt, but he has good reason to be, because he's so fucking tragic.
I love Sea Lion's decorum as well of in the A out of twat, because even though Dan's just dropped, I think, our first ever C-bomb on the stream.
But he's tragic. You know, you get to go with him to Korriban, and you can find his son and try and convince him to turn to the light, but he has none of it. At least in my playthrough. I mean, I don't know if there's a way to change that, but this is coming from my experience of the game, and I'm sure loads of other people say, well, I didn't experience that, I had this. And that's the beauty of this game. Everyone has their own experience with it and how they play, how they solve puzzles, and I'm shit at puzzles, so you know how that ended for me. Awful. Lots of people died. It was horrendous, and I felt really bad for it, and that influenced my character in the end because you didn't want to make mistakes, but fucking I digress. So yeah, it comes with Karf. It comes with T3M4, who is at the very front. He's the little astromech droid kind of looking guy. T3M4 isn't that interesting, but he's there throughout the first game with you and plays more of an important part in the second game, Knights of the Old Republic 2. Re-release Bastila Shan. Bastila, I'd include a re-release of Bastila because we've got the sculpt of it. It's a fine sculpt. If you want to tweak it, Hasbro, by all means, they could do that. She is like one of the main characters that you meet on Taris, and obviously helps you learn that you're a bit more attuned to the Force than you probably realize. And finally, in terms of a main unlock to come with Urban Hawk at the very base tier, HK47, because HK47 again is a sculpt that luckily I have here. We have, and even though it is a dated figure, don't break what isn't broken, and it works. If you wanted to update it, by all means you can do, but just repack it, and furthermore, put it in a Knights of the Old Republic card, not Galaxy of Heroes, because it needs a Knights of the Old Republic card. So all these figures would come in Knights of the Old Republic card, just to preface that. So continuing on, you've got these characters that influence Darth Revan, but there's more. There's more characters that go with him. So at tier 1, I would have Zalbar and Mission Veo, who I've spoken about on the previous stream. We got Zalbar in Black Series, and it's a crime that we haven't got Mission Veo in Black Series as well to go with him. But Mission Veo is the blue Twi'lek, and Zalbar is the Wookiee. They both come as a pair. Mission Veo is a very street smart kid who has befriended Zalbar, and Zalbar has his own family problems, shall we say, from what I remember, on Kashyyyk, and that's why he isn't on Kashyyyk.
Wasn't that the plot of the holiday special?
But the beautiful thing about Knights of the Old Republic as well is it deals with a lot of stuff of racism and how the galaxy at that time views aliens and the whole political spectrum of Sith and Jedi being up against each other, but not entirely duking it out, more in a political sense. And So you've kind of got that basis of them two being there, them living in the slums on Taris. And you meet them and you befriend them. And indeed, you help Zelbar kind of, if in some, at least in my playthrough, reclaim his honor. So those two they need to come together. So they would be at the base tier 1. At tier 2, I'd have Juhani and Jolie Bindo. So Juhani is the alien in red with the kind of ghost face looking design, blue lightsaber. Juhani is again really tragic, and this is, oh my god, fuck. She's so important to Darth Revan's story in realizing that he is Darth Revan, because she gets fucked over by the Jedi. She gets convinced that she's done this awful thing with her master, from what I remember. And so she goes off and exiles herself on the same planet the Jedi are on. And you're tasked with going to find her and kind of bring her to. And you do. In my playthrough, I did. Or in other playthroughs, you can outright kill her. But in the actual canonical playthrough, like I did, I kind of brought her back. Oh my god. And that's the thing. Everyone has their own experience with it. And that's the freaking beauty of the game. And why I feel like such a mug for berating it for so long. I saw the light. Everyone has their own experience with this game that is just... There's so many options. There's so many paths you can take. It is insane. But you take Juhani back, and she kind of repents for her sins, and the Jedi, that was a test. It's a test for you and this Revan guy. Revan had his mind wiped by the fucking Jedi to, as this weird experiment, and it's tragic because he sees, all these characters again influence him. And then fucking Jolie Bindo. So Jolie Bindo's the Jedi with the beard, like the mustache and the little beard combo. And he's a Jedi that exiles himself on Kashyyyk. So when you go to Kashyyyk, he's a very unconventional Jedi, a bit similar to Anakin in some ways, where he doesn't do or have the same agreeances with the Jedi, and that's why he's kind of exiled himself. I'm pretty sure he went up against Exar Kun as well. But he's a really interesting character, and I think deep down from what I've read into it, he kind of knows that you're Revan, but he doesn't tell you. He kind of lets you figure it out yourself. There's lots of lore videos on it. I've kind of half watched them, but he's such an interesting character that, again, influences your playthrough as Revan and your discovery that you're Revan. And then finally, coming into tier 3. And tier 3, we have Canderous Ordo, who's the character with the big freaking gun. The absolute Chad. And he is my favorite of them all because he's a Mandalorian, and he isn't your conventional looking Mandalorian because he doesn't have the armor. He's kind of gone off on his own back, and
like Solid Snake or something from one of them. Like
he's a mercenary and he's a gun for hire, and you end up, he's one of the first companions that you meet. You talk to him and you learn so much about the Mandalorian culture. You learn that he, if I'm not mistaken, worked with Revan in terms of the Mandalorian Wars, or saw what Revan and Malak did. It's so much shit happens in these, even before the game. Canonically, it's insane. But Canderous is a Chad. I fucking love Canderous. He is just a tank in the game. He's always up for a scrap, but he's loyal, and he ends up being really loyal when you, at least again in my playthrough. But he teaches you so much about the Mandalorian culture. And then finally, on tier 3, Calo Nord. Calo Nord is the villain, or a side villain that you encounter numerous times. And he's a bounty hunter. Now, you think of bounty hunters that are badass like Boba Fett, Zuckuss, Bosk, Forlom. And no, you've got this guy who has this weird headdress, weird goggles. He's the guy wearing blue and the gold trim shoulder pads. You face off, you meet him for the first time in a bar, and you can really fuck around with him. But he doesn't fuck around with you. You go and you basically start talking to him, and he just says one. So what do? Do you piss him off even more? Do you try and get more of a reaction? Okay, let's do that. Let's find a reaction. 2. And you're like, okay, why is he counting down? 3. And you're like, okay, I'm going to back off for now. Or if you, like me, and was an idiot and you rewind him up, he lobs a grenade at you and says, fuck you, I'm off. And lets you fucking, from what I remember, he lets you die. But if not, you walk away from the situation. You then get to encounter him a couple of times again. And he's actually one of the few that informs Darth Malak that you were on Taris and have stolen the Ebon Hawk and some other details. He's such a weird-looking bounty hunter. He's not your conventional-looking bounty hunter, but I think he'd be a nice companion piece because you face him outside the Ebon Hawk, and that's how you get the Ebon Hawk, by beating him and the guy who actually owns the Ebon Hawk that I forget the name of. Look, here's the thing. The whole cast of characters, bar Calo Nord, he kind of sits outside the ship. These all can sit inside the ship, and it can all have their home within it. But not only that, we've talked about Hasbro doing re-releases. We've talked about Hasbro doing repaints. So in Knights of the Old Republic 2, there's a whole new cast of characters and some returning characters that would give Hasbro the option to either do them as a separate backing tier, or do them at least later on down the line as another HasLab. So do the vehicle again, maybe weather it up a bit, however you want, or just do the figures on their own. Have it as an optional choice, kind of like they did with the Ghostbusters Ecto 1 that they've done recently. Because KOTOR 2 has, and I'm not even going to go through the whole cast of characters because we will be here all day if I do. Fuck me. But you've got already. I hope you're having a nice bedtime. I hope you're having a nice bedtime story here, James. You've got Attenran.
I'm actually very much enjoying it, I'll be honest. It's very interesting.
You've got Attenrand. You've got Bayodur, the fucking Orty himself. Bayodur, Mira and Hanha, Goto, Visismar, Kreia, Mandalore. Who? Mandalore. Can you guess who that is? It's fucking Risardo, and you don't twig on while you're playing. It's like, he sounds familiar. Oh, it's Chris. You became Mandalore. That's why you know so much about Revan. Wow. And then you've got Handmaiden. All right. And HK-47 comes back, and everyone loves HK-47 because he'll tell you about Revan. He'll tell you about killing people and the best way to maim a Jedi. Great time. In the second game, it all links back to the first and what happened, even though you're playing with some new characters and you are a new character. Oh my God. Just make the Ebon Hawk, because it's so expansive. There's a whole wealth, a whole cast of characters from the first game and the second game that go with it. Even not just as Hasbro Pulse exclusives, but just additionals. Some stuff that I thought of that they could just include as a fuck it, here you go, here's a nice inclusion. Gizka. Sorry if I'm going on a rant here, but in the first game, there's a bunch of fucking weird aliens that turn up on your ship, on the Ebon Hawk. And you're like, what the fuck's this? And it's like, oh yeah, a bunch of Gizkas have got on board. Now you've got a choice. You can either kill them with Gizka poison, or if you just ride it out, let these guys chill, they'll just leave the ship because I think you get to Kashyyyk and then they leave. But this is the thing, you learn loads of stuff by doing different things and seeing how different situations play out. Yes, Gizkas were the pawns from yesteryears. You're so right, Sea Line Studios. That's where Rian Johnson got the idea from. But they're these little frog things that sit on your ship, and you're just like, for fuck's sake, why are these here? And they don't really impact much, but it's just how you react to it that influences your light to dark side balance. And then, not only that, there's a kid that randomly stows away on the ship. You could include that as well, but that's by the by. She disappears, and you're like, where the fuck's she gone? I can't understand a word she's saying. But it all does link in. It does link in because there's actually a family looking for it. Look, Knights of the Old Republic is it's a fucking annoying game to play. But story-wise, next level. And this is why there should be the Ebonhawk made in celebration of it as a HasLab, or indeed just as a regular release. And that's my pitch. I'm sorry, I'm very tired, and I don't know if I've made my point well enough there, because there's so much I could say about the characters individually that make the vehicle.
I was just about to say, like, I've loved hearing about the characters, mate, but what about the vehicle?
But that's the thing. The characters would sit in the vehicle, and it's like, that's it. That's what the game was. Your vehicle was the home for the characters to inhabit, and the weird situations that you'd encounter, and the tales you'd regale with the characters in the ship. You also use the ship to go against the big bad at the end, which is always really cool. There's a cool shooty section that was always fun. Look, it's more about the figures. I know, but the fucking vehicle is sick, and that's because of the vehicles. Because of the figures. The vehicle's sick because of the figures, and the figures are sick because of the vehicle, because that's their home. Fuck you.
I'll be honest with you, Dan. I'm glad you've told me all that, because I can't be fucked to play the game. and as interesting as it all is, I find that half of the fucking YouTubers that go on about it and do all these lore videos are just full of shit, and they do me head in and make no fucking sense. So the format you've just taken is actually pretty fucking perfect and has educated me thoroughly, because I was only familiar with the original Revan versus Malik story.
It's even saved him watching a walkthrough. He knows everything he needs to know now, and he can put that bit to bed.
You know what? I should do a walkthrough of it, because it would be funny.
Mate.
Could you imagine?
Oh, please, yeah.
Please do. Do it in parts.
Here's a fun, just a quick one, right? So when I played the game the only time, I had to cheat, because I didn't realise that I could level up my character to be a Jedi, so I just focused him on being a fucking gunslinger, even though I'm fucking Darth Revan. So I got to the end fight. I got to the end fight with Darth Malik, and I was really proficient with explosives. But the problem is, Sith Lord versus a proficient Jedi bomb layer. Yeah, there was a lot of running involved, and especially when he regenerates from taking the souls of fucking Jedi. It didn't end very well for me, so I did have to cheat. I had to go into the in-game commands and say, I fuck you, I need lightning, and I need this and that. And that's how I beat him. I beat him by cheating. So yeah, I didn't win the game fair and squarely. I fudged it. Not my proudest moment.
Brilliant.
So yeah.
Oh, man.
Don't be an idiot like me, guys, if you're going to play Knights of the Old Republic. Oh, fuck me. That was a long one, wasn't it? Right, see you all later.
Well, I'm really glad I saved that till last now, because I think I'd have just been like, this is the Mouldy Crow. I'd love to see it. Bye.
And now I've sent you all to sleep.
Bloody hell. Well, no, again, I appreciate the lesson. I appreciate the information. It's well, I'm with you, James. I tried playing it, God, must be about 15, 16 years ago. I got it as like a little bundle set. It came with Republic Commando, Jedi Outcast, Battlefront for the PC, and I just couldn't get on with it. I really couldn't. I don't know what it was. I don't know. I think it was because when it comes to video games, I'm a bit more of a shooty. I prefer a nice first person shooter, but KOTOR's a little bit more strategic. A little bit more puzzle based.
The first planet that you go to is a real fucking slog. It took a lot for me to get invested in. I got halfway through, I'd invested a lot of time in it, and then I'm like, actually, I'm really enjoying this now. But fuck me, that intro, that was boring as fuck. But I needed it because you needed to learn, like, basically all these characters and the world that you're in and the politics and the fuck. Yeah. It's not for the... You've got to have time. You can't touch grass.
We're getting shade thrown at us to end the stream. We're going out on a sour note, gentlemen. Just look at that.
I never said that I didn't like it. I just said I couldn't be fucking arsed.
You need a lot of time for it. That's all I'm gonna say. And when you've got mental health problems, that was the perfect time for it, because I needed a time sink, baby, and that was perfect.
And it's paid dividends, because look at the wealth of knowledge you've just brought.
Look at the pointless knowledge I have of fake things about some characters that influenced a character I originally didn't like, but now do like quite a bit, because I own a hot toy of it.
Here for it, mate. Here for it. That's what I really like about these streams. The diversity. Well, fucking hell, I should have prefaced it by, well, it's been a while since we've done a girthy one, but that went a lot longer than I thought it would. So, for those of you that have stuck around from start to finish, I applaud you. Thank you. I appreciate you. You've done well, because I'm flagging. But it has, as always, been an absolute blast. To everyone in the chat, it's been fun. Thank you for tuning in. Dan, James, cheers for your time, as always. We will be back with another one soon. Like I said, chances are the next one's probably going to be the Battle of Geonosis Wishlist.
A hell of a lot shorter.
Yeah, definitely. The Forces with Jesse will be joining us for that one, so stay tuned for all the deets. Big thanks once again to our super chats throughout the stream. Moonjockey dropped us one earlier in the show, as did Generic Coyote. Once again, much appreciated. Thank you very much. As always, once again as well, thank you to our channel member. As of this moment, only channel member, so make sure you hit the link in the video description if you'd like to check that out for yourself. Corny's Cantina, thank you for joining us as well. Hope you haven't fallen asleep and bored you to death too much, but no, it's been a blast, it really has, and we've loved having you all aboard. So thank you for tuning in.
If you want to suffer some more,
well,
there's a trailer going on my channel now. I'm going to link you all to. If you've got the time, definitely check it out. It's a little teaser. Enjoy that.
There we go. A little collaborative effort between myself and Dan getting underway this weekend. So yeah, stay tuned to Dan's channel for all the deets. Other than what is in the little teaser trailer that you've just linked us to, Dan, any content we can look forward to? Because you have been on fire with the reviews as of late, mate. So anything else we can look forward to?
Yeah, I'm working on a video with you tomorrow. And I've got some videos on my channel. I've got lots of videos on my channel. Please watch them, because nobody Nobody apparently looks at my Instagram. Not that I particularly care. I'm very tired, and you should watch my video. Go on my watch the videos and like the content. And there's a video in the chat if you want to watch it. If you've survived this long, thank you.
Like, share, and subscribe.
There's stuff coming. There's things coming. There's movements been made.
James, I'm sure there's plenty of photographic content that we can look forward to over on Instagram, but any videos in the pipeline anytime soon?
Probably not. I won't lie to you.
That's written him off, mate.
The enthusiasm has just left his body, hasn't it, at this stage?
Plenty of fun pictures.
Look at him, bless him. He's ready for bed. Right, we're going to let you go because I don't want you nodding off stream.
Bit fucking late for nodding off, ain't it? Now we're at the end.
Jesus, man. Fucking hell. 4.5 hour closing in on.
We flew so fucking high and put all the other vintage collection people to shame that we had to crash and burn.
And we've come down with a whack as well. Just to wrap up, Alex has asked if we're going to be at MCM. Unfortunately not. Like we alluded to earlier in the stream. I was, again, gratefully invited by Hasbro to attend. Probably to reveal that damn Kyle Katarn figure, but I am away on my Holy Bobs, unfortunately, so I will not be in the country. But to everyone who is currently at New York Comic Con, hope you're all having a blast, and to everyone attending MCM at the end of the month, have a great time. I will be there with you in spirit. Until the next one, which will, again, hopefully be a hell of a lot shorter, keep collecting, and as always, may the Force be with you.
May the Force be with you. Bye.